Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Pass the collection plate. This is your humble Reverend Collar that's coming to you tonight from Collar Land. I am Reverend Collar tonight as I deliver my Sunday night sermon. Now, now I'm gonna sing a little song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. So we're going to talk about this is tonight's going to be a come to Jesus moment for all you Negroes out there. You're going to get a bashing tonight that you have never seen. I'm going to be in rare form. Many feelings will get hurt tonight. Many egos and everything will be crushed tonight. But I don't give a damn no more. I don't give a damn no more. Because I'm ready to quit the whole fucking movement. So I'm so sick and tired of you niggas. I really am. The topic of tonight's show is the FBA is the sick man of the diaspora, the Black diaspora. Black America, everything they say about us is right. We are a sick fucking people. Now, yesterday I had my good brother Nee. He's Ghanaian, but he's as far as he's concerned, he was born here. He's Black American. Can't tell him nothing. He's an FBA motherfucker. Even though he's from Ghana. Can't tell him nothing, anyway. He's hard-headed, Anyway, I turned him on to a writer that everybody should know about, right? If you don't, there's something wrong, If you know who Amos Wilson was and all these other people, and you don't know who Richard Wright was, I question you. I question you. Because a lot of these people that you listen to are biased. A lot of Black power people, a lot of Black nationalist people. And I came to the conclusion that most Black nationalists are liars. They're pseudo historians, they're plagiarists. But when you got somebody that was brilliant as Richard Wright, nobody knows who he was. He was one of the best writers Black America's ever produced. I read Richard Wright when I was in high school. He said, something, if you're going to be angry, you cannot just be angry at the white man. You got to be angry at the Black man too. Because the Black man is sick in America. The white man basically appeals to your very base instinct, which is just to survive and whatever like that. And you see, it's almost like he predicted FBA. FBA is trying to grasp on the straws, hold on to some relevance that they have with white America. Oh, we fought in every war. Yeah, but you came home, you were lynched. You came home, you were lynched. You came home, you couldn't get any Homestead Act. This country did everything it can to humiliate you, to degrade you, to dehumanize you. But now you want to sit on the precipice of Black immigrants who are coming over here on a different plan. They're being invited in as human beings. And you want to go back to your so-called relationship you have with America. That's sick. Black man in America is sick. His love of the white man in America is it's sick. And so therefore, what I'm calling out tonight is the FBA, the movement of the FBA. And a lot of Black people are FBA. They don't even know it. I listen to them talk. Even some people call themselves Black nationalists. They sound like they're the FBA. How did Phil Scott, that fat fuck, go from Pan-Africanism? What was it called? Pan-Africanism. He was, I don't know, the Vice show, and then he was Pan-African this, and now he's all about FBA and all. And then he basically just talks about FBA like there's like a consensus of a group that formed and said, we are now FBA. Nobody ever said that shit. That's some label that these friggin' internet trolls have put on a group of people. We're perfectly fine with calling ourselves African Americans. So these trolls are going around, and they everywhere you look, right? There's an article. Somebody did a video about African Americans moving overseas, right? Or Americans moving overseas, and there's record numbers of Americans leaving the United States. And they go into a place like South Africa, right? And somebody mentioned Black Americans in Korea. I think somebody said about NBA YoungBoy going to Korea, leaving America for good. And then somebody said, yeah, a lot of African Americans in Korea. And then the FBA people, these people, they always got to go, well, I'm not African. Well, nobody asked you. These people are everywhere. They're sick. Nobody asked you to be African, right? And these guys want to be fucking Indian so bad. They think like puff one day, everybody's gonna start calling. If they keep saying enough, look, you are an African. Your round skull, your nappy head, your short nappy hair, your big lips, your fucking dark skin. I don't even want to tell you what your skin looks like because you be wrong. You say color's wrong, but you are not Native American. Your ancestors came on a slave ship. Deal with it. Your ancestors did not build pyramids. Your ancestors were not Moors. You didn't conquer Europe. Your ancestors did not build anything. Your ancestors did nothing. And we got people like Barudi in the chat room with this freaking stupid Afrocentric nonsense. This is reason why the FBA exists to this day. Because they know your history, Barudi, is bullshit. You know, there's never been no Ubuntu fucking civilization. Slavery, I studied recently, slavery was ingrained. Chattel slavery was ingrained in almost every African society. Human degradation, the very lowest of human degradation, existed on the African continent. Now, what we could say is this. Yes, all that happened, but we could turn it around if we have enlightenment. If you have the collagenesis, tell you the truth. But going on, putting on facades like, oh, we built pyramids. Oh, now you got people talking about the Incas and the Mayas and all this kind of stuff like that. You don't want to know the truth. The truth is this. You are not going to be free until you redeem yourself. Marcus Garvey talking about the cause of African redemption. You know what redemption means? Redeem yourself. Admit where you went wrong and do better. But putting on facades like you built civilization, you built this, you got degrees, you're doing this, well, now you ain't doing jack. And while every other race of people is passing you by and everything like that, the world is losing all respect for us. When you look at women, look at just everything has gone wrong with a race of people. But tonight we're going to tell the truth. You know? Stop saying you built fucking pyramids and whatever like that, and you can't even build a Mississippi Delta. Stop saying you're gonna take over the damn state of Mississippi when you ain't got not a goddamn fucking bit of power in the state of Mississippi after all these years. Stop telling me you're gonna build something in the South, whatever like that, and you got black bodies being fucking hang up on. You ain't even saying nothing about goddamn black bodies being found all over the fucking South. Every day there's a black body being hung and whatnot. And you can't do nothing about it. The Klan is on the loose. You can't do not a damn thing about it. You are just so this miss me with this. Oh, what I would have done back in the day. No, you wouldn't have done a damn thing because you just as powerless and helpless as our ancestors were when they burned down Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Wilmington, all stuff like that. We can't do a goddamn thing. These people came for us and tried to wipe us out. We couldn't do a damn thing about it. And not a damn thing. And not a damn person in the world will come to our rescue. There's not a damn country that will give us refuge if we decide to leave America. That's what I mean by we have not done a damn thing. So miss me on this shit with these black nationalists. Oh, talk about, oh, we need a nation. No, the black nationalists should have been the one that fucking should have had that prepared for them. So people could have an option. Farrakhan took his black ass to Libya how many times? He was offered land. For whatever fucking reason, he didn't take off on it. And then you're gonna talk about he's a black nationalist. Khalid Muhammad, he was over there. Khalid went to the continent and whatnot, you know. You tell me out of all the countries you went to the continent, you didn't say, look, man, in this country right here, let us get like 10,000 square miles. This country right here, let us get access to the resources. Let's get access to gold mines so we can get ourselves on our feet. But you want to come here and bash the black people who said, you know something, since we're in America, let's make a go for it. So I'll go bashing all the black people who try to fit into America and when you black nationals haven't done a damn thing. That's what I'm getting sick and tired of. You know, I'm giving it to the black nationalists tonight. You haven't done shit. You don't deserve any damn respect. To say what about the black people who believe in integration? They got what they want. They believe in a multiracial society and they believe in all stuff like that. They believe in a colorblind society. Hey, look, you know, it is what it is. Now, what you gonna do? Yeah, the Klan is still a thing. The Klan is fucking real. The Klan is not going anywhere. The Klan will be here until every last single white person in the South is uprooted and made to come to the Lord and repent. White people have never repented for what they did, so they want to hold on to what they did. They want to hold on to what they did by any means. Carla loves to attack Obama. He said like this: "I'm a black nationalist, but reject." Look, shut up with that nonsense. You know, black national Pan African is all bullshit, Bertie. Bullshit. It's bullshit to the highest level. Ain't no damn Pan Africanism. Not a goddamn thing. You guys have not built a damn thing that people you can go to the people and say, "Let's try this." Just wishful fucking thinking, just like your Ubuntu bullshit. We gotta try Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism. People, like I said, we're the only group of people that ain't serious about shit. Other groups of people, they're making moves. I look at study other history, they're making moves, you know? Yeah, I do. I believe the police departments, and not just that, but Rico, the forensics. Every last single case, right? They should investigate this. You know, the forensics always rule that these are suicides. There's been over 100 incidents in Mississippi alone where people died under mysterious circumstances, hangings and whatnot, in jails and everything like that, you know, and back at police stations and everything, and they rule them suicides. Because all it takes is the forensics and the examiner say, "Oh, that's what we say," and that's it. It doesn't go any further than that. And now with Donald Trump gutting the civil rights division of the Justice Department, right? That means there's going to be no oversight over what goes on in these states' rights. So tell me again how you Negroes with the Republic of New Africa are going to take over these racist states and whatnot. They got complete power to wipe you the fuck out, and you don't even have the civil rights Justice Department to even protect you anymore. That's what I mean by foolishness. And I'm sick and tired of being linked to foolish fucking people. That's why I snapped on DK the other night. You know, what you call? I snapped on DK the other night talking about, "Oh yeah, we just have to take over." Look, shut the fuck up. I'm sick and tired of people playing games with me. You know, playing games. This is not a fucking platform to be playing games. If I find you're playing games and you're trolling me just to fucking get a reaction on me, I'm blocking you. I don't give a fuck who you are. That's everybody be warned. We're gonna take over the fucking South, and whatnot. You know, black people are the weakest. They are the weakest part of the black Americas in the South. The strongest part of white America is in the South. The most formidable part of white America is the southeast of the United States. The hell you gonna take it over and shit? And people listen to that stuff when they're like, "You guys are a bunch of clowns," you know. But people say, "No, DK, I'm just sick and tired. I'm angry because everything I worked for, my whole fucking belief system, I'm just seeing evaporate right before me. I'm just looking at this FBA movement as just like a fucking curse to me and everything I believe in." And then on the other side, you would think that there would be a black nationalist movement to counter that one. And all you see the black nationalists are a bunch of fucking fools. You got a bunch of perverts, you know, the Umar Johnsons, Polites, and all those other fucking clowns that they have out there. Yeah, I'm angry tonight. And then you got these people in the so-called conscious movement now flirting with the FBA. I see here Sinetta talking about, "Oh, yeah, you know," he's saying like he's warming up to this FBA shit, you know. No, black nationalists never had their time at all. Garvey came when he just spurred something. The fact of the matter is, the Black nationalist movement never built anything. Never built anything. All they did was sit on the sidelines and criticize people for just making the best of what they can in America. You live in America, just become an American. I can't tell Black people anymore. It wasn't even about the UNIA. I don't think you studied the UNIA. Garvey was not trying to migrate millions of Black people out of America. He did not do that. It had nothing to do. That was just. Let me break it down to you, because I see a lot of people are ignorant. And my good brother DK is a good brother, but he doesn't know. The Liberia Project was already in the pipe. If you read my novel, he'll tell you. The Liberia mission and project was already in progress decades before Garvey came here. There was a whole bunch of nationalist movements and self-help movements that existed, right? When Garvey came, he electrified people that all these independent movements that had their own missions and goals came under one banner. One of the things that stuck out was the Liberia mission. Garvey took it on. He didn't begin that. And I don't think it was really properly planned, but it was several attempts to connect with the Republic of Liberia. But the Garvey movement basically, could not, do it because it was just so toxic at the time to do it. But there was the Garvey mission, the mission to go to Liberia. There was Black people that were immigrating to Liberia, DK, all the way up until the 70s. There were Black Americans still going to Liberia up into the 70s. Even some Garveyites went there. There's a Marcus Garvey Academy right there in Painesville. So yeah, that was the UNIA, but just still there was people, Garveyites, that end up going there. He did he was banned. Garvey's movement and his mission was banned there, but UNIA members end up going there. Even Marcus Garvey's ex-wife, after he passed away, became a citizen of Liberia. And the Marcus Garvey Academy is in Liberia. So it had nothing to do with Garvey. It was just the plan for the UNIA was not accepted. So it wasn't like that. That was just one part of the thing. The Liberia thing was one part of the mission. Garvey wanted to organize Black people in Haiti, Jamaica. He wanted Black people to have their own travel, their own way of transportation, our own way of commerce and stuff like that worldwide. He wanted us to basically do a whole bunch of stuff. But the thing Garvey made a mistake was he put the cart before the horse. What I would have done, instead of buying Black Star shipping lines, it was impressive that he bought these ships that didn't work, right? What he should have did bookings and went to established shipping companies and said, look, we got these many people that want to ship cargo, these many people that want to do passenger, and use established line. Maybe the Titanic. He could have rented out the Titanic. Had he done that until you, like the Japanese did, until you got a stable business, you don't put the cart before the horse. And then you add, after you got the business established, you got commerce going on, then you start buying your own ships and whatnot and chartering your own ships. He started with his own ships and whatnot and everything like that. You should have let established shipping companies, right, do that, because they're going to be responsible for the security and maintenance and all stuff like this. That's because Garvey was a young man and whatnot. If I would go back in history, I advise him, no, don't buy these Black Star Lines. Even though it looks good, we got Black Star Lines, steamships, but the bottom line, those boats were poorly. You don't have any skilled people that could tell you if those boats are navigable or not. It's best to establish shipping lines like the Japanese did. Japanese said they needed shipping lines to link Tokyo with Yokohama and all around the Japanese islands. They didn't have the means to do it. So they contracted out several foreign companies, British, Dutch, and everything, to do their steam shipping around the Japanese islands. And then after the commerce was built and there was a system in place, Mitsubishi purchased 13 steamships and began doing operations itself on the islands, around the islands in Japan. Mitsubishi Trading Company. And then Mitsubishi opened up a line to Port Arthur in Korea and also Shanghai, which puts the Japanese influence. The Japanese start going into Manchuria and China because they opened up shipping. They had their own shipping lines, shipping goods from Japan into China and buying Chinese raw materials. But we live and learn. We live and learn. We live and learn. Oh no! All I know is, Broody. All I know is there's an awful lot of Africans, man. That I seen a video the other day of a Nigerian man crying in Britain, talking about, "I'll die. They'll kill me if I go back to Nigeria because there's a property dispute." I see motherfuckers. There was a recent video. I didn't want to play it in Ghana, I believe it was. They're praying. No, the praise was in the church. No free visas. He had a whole crowd of Africans. A church was packed. Must have been 1,000 people. No visas, praying to Jesus that the visa fees would be waived. That international, they want to get out of Africa so bad that they want to basically waive all the visa fees, and they were praying. So I don't get what the MSNBC tag. I know that until you see Africans start appreciating their continent and wanting to goddamn stay there, it can't tell me nothing. Stop preaching to me and my people about Africa. Right now Africa's a death trap. It said in all the places, Black America. Right now, Africa doesn't even make the top 10 places where Black Americans who leave the United States move to. They're moving to South Korea, Thailand, Portugal, Spain, all these countries like that, Italy. And the only country that even makes a list, sort of, is South Africa, I believe. Now, for the most part, besides South Africa, none of these countries are in the top 10 of places where Black Americans will move to. That's a shame. You would think all these countries in Africa, like, damn, you got people that holding like trillions of dollars worth of retirement, literally trillions of dollars worth of retirement income. I don't know. It's up to you, Africans. I did everything I can. Right now, the ball's in your court. Your ball's in your court. I listened to a thing the other night, man. I'm just listening to a conference call with Africans. All they're doing is talk about their tribe and all this kind of freaking stupid mediocrity shit. So. Yeah, we're very, yeah, I believe, I agree. Black Americans are very overrated. Look, Mike, you don't have to worry about people moving to your shithole country. You know what I found out too? Speaking of Mike Olawale, these Negroes didn't even have last names until recently. Mike Olawale's real name was like, and then the white man came and said, let's just make that you're the Olawale family, and then put Mike on top of it. You didn't have a first and last name before the British came there, Negro. Mike Olawale. They had, the Nigerians had clicks and grunts, They communicate by clicks and grunts. They didn't have fucking a language and whatnot, Yeah, something like that, Dark Vigo, Ain't fooling nobody, They had clicks and grunts and chants and whatnot, and whatnot, sounds. That's how they communicated. They had no damn language. Yeah, that's where we got beatboxing from. Remember human beatbox? We got that from Africa. There's a Korean company just trademark the Yoruba fucking thing. You can't use anything in the Yoruba. Your shit just got trademarked by fucking Koreans. You know, the Yoruba language. It's got trademarked by fucking the South Korean company. Just trademarked and say, look, we're gonna come here. That's sad. Ain't no damn Yoruba language, bro. Stop the cap. Look it up. Look it up right now if you don't think I'm lying. Koreans basically trademark the Yoruba language. Yeah, you got black middle class black Americans with money moving to places like Thailand because they got good health care. And let me tell you something. Let me break something down to you. Like I said, and this is gonna end a lot of this fucking diaspora war shit tonight, you know. Black America should not be arguing with third world people. I don't argue with third world people. Why? Because I know no Mike Olawale is gonna fucking take what my position or what I have in life. He can't. No, none of them ever gonna compete on my level. Never. I don't care what the fuck they do. I know the type of business I'm in. You're an immigrant. You can just forget about it. You know. So I'm not threatened by them. Now, if you find yourself being threatened by Haitians, I seriously need you to. I can't stand these dudes. Oh, see the Africans come over here. Yo, so what? They got a braiding salon. They got a fucking. They're selling that damn fufu and whatnot. Leave them the fuck alone. If you're on the level of a fucking African immigrant, there's something fucking wrong with you. You FBA piece of shit. You embarrass us. You arguing with fucking Africans? Are you fucking kidding me? You know? You arguing with you're coming over here arguing with fucking Africans, man. God damn. That's how and I'm saying to myself, what the fuck, you know? No, I'm just saying it's the truth. God damn. In my business, right? And I'm saying to myself, I told one of this Kenyan guy, I said, I want to see more people. I want to see an Africans joining our agency, right? Because we have the top agency in the state of Virginia, you know. But I said a couple of Africans we know that do this business, a Liberian girl, they never make it beyond the GA level. They never go beyond GA level. There's street level agents. They never get to that point because they don't. Now Haitians are different. Haitians have a real organized community down there in Palm Springs, Florida, whatever it is. And you had a friggin' Haitian lady that made partner. That's impressive because they said because of the Haitian Creole language and whatnot, she was able to penetrate, have a huge market right there, and they made a partnership. But for the most part, the Africans don't have that. You know, they don't have a written language, whatever that they carry on over here. So they just go. If they do join the agency, it's either a white agency or whatever like that. There's nothing, you know, like the Filipinos got their own shit. We got Filipinos in our agency that control the Filipino community and stuff like that. I would love to see an African community, you know, and penetrate that market. You know, I talked to a Kenyan guy not too long ago. I gave him my number one night. I gave him my number. I said, "Yo, give me a call." He says he has a cousin that wants to be an insurance agent. I said, "I'll come in. I'll train him. Take him under my wing. I'll give him 1 year. In 1 year, he'll start making some real money." Well, he hasn't called me yet, so you know, I remember his name. I put it in my phone, but I can't remember his name. So, you know, but I might come across him one day. You know, but the bottom line is this: if you are not, if you lived here for 400 years and you're not established here, right? That you're threatened by fucking people from the third world. Uh, no, let me stop. I don't want to say what I want to say. Nah, they'll flag my show. And what I'm seeing with FBA is these ghetto ass black people, the very bottom of black society. They're angry about immigrants and all this kind of stupid shit like that. And I'm like, what the hell? You angry about? It's no, I can't say it. I can't say it because they'll shut me down, man. They'll shut my show down. So, but I'm here defending the African. And Mama Buddha, blah, 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 blah. I was like, I'm here defending the Africans tonight, man. He's sitting there bashing me. I'm here defending the Africans tonight, against these fucking FBA fucking people. I can't stand them. And one guy, there's a video out there. The guy is black as the ace of spades, right? Talking about you Africans. You seen the video, right? He said, "You Africans, we Black Americans look at." First of all, let me say something. There's some of us, myself, clear, right? We phenotypically will say, you look at me and say, "That's a Black African American, Black American," right? But there's an awful lot of Black Americans that look indigenous to Africa. You got nothing to say. This dude looked like he was from fucking Ghana. He looked like he could be fucking a Yoruba man. This dude looked like he could be from Senegal. When I talk about, I don't look African. It's always these motherfuckers that be looking like this straight out of the Congo and whatnot. Talking about they ain't African. These sisters talking about, well, sister, I said, sister, girl, you look like you are one of the market ladies in Ghana. You're like one of the mama market ladies in Ghana, Put that thing on your head and whatnot, Yeah, and the bottom line is, and the white people are playing this game with them, They want white people to recognize them that, oh, we're on your side with the deportations. We're on side. We're really Americans. These people now everybody's a fucking patriotic, Trump-loving American all of a sudden. Yeah, I see these people are fucking crazy. Talking about they're Indian. No, you are not Indian. You are not Indian, Until you understand what you from, that you are no different racially. And like 70% of Black Americans, right? About 70% of us are no different than the average African. You can't tell them apart. That's how the good said. It's not like in Brazil, where the racial mixture was so thing that people were tainted. Like the average Black Brazilian got like 30% Black blood in them. Most African Americans have like 70 to 80% African DNA. So this nonsense that you don't look African is stupid. The only people that got more African DNA are Haitians and Jamaicans. So these people running around, oh, I'm African, like there's some big difference between look, look, I would say but 75, 80% of us are still physically Black African with some European admixture. That's it. But for the most part, the majority, like you could say Dominicans, they're not all Black. You got most Dominicans are no more than like 10 to 30% Black at the most. You can see the African features in them, but we're not like Dominicans. We African, that's why we call us African Americans. We are actually really Africans in America. And I don't give a damn what you say. You're not a Black American. You're an African American because that's what you fucking are. I'm going to drill that into your head tonight. You are an African American. Yeah, but Rico, they're square-headed Black Americans. I see them all the time, man. See motherfuckers with those fucking head look like a fucking android. I've been saying, I used to know motherfuckers when I was growing up, man. They had those fucking android heads and whatnot. Funny looking heads. We said, look at this nigga with the long head and whatnot. Stop it, man. Stop it. Same shit you see with Africans. You make fun of their head, their hairline. You got Black Americans, like a good 50% of Black Americans got the same goddamn shit. You cannot have a race of people who walk around with that level of self-hate. I'll be honest with you. I go outside like today. I was in the restaurant. Three young brothers sitting right next to me, dark skinned brothers. One eye. Be honest with you, man. I couldn't tell if these guys were Nigerians or Black Americans. They're very dark skinned. One had like dreads in his hair, whatever like that. The other one's like real muscular, whatever like that. I think they were football players, whatever like that, young football players. I cannot tell. I was trying to listen closely, see if I could hear the accent. I can't tell the difference if they were Nigerian or Black American. I can't tell the difference with a lot of Black people in America. Some people you can say, okay, yeah, he looked like, he's, American, whatever like that, phenotypically, but a good 85% of y'all motherfuckers can't tell if you're African, like Bebe Rodriguez, couldn't tell if she was African or not, if I saw her. I don't know why they hate Africans. They hate Africans. It means you hate yourself. That's all that means. The FBA is the sick man of the diaspora. You know how bad the FBA is? Now you got Jamaican FBA types, foundational Jamaicans. These motherfuckers are saying, these black ass Jamaican nigga, Rasta dude talk about he's a Taino. And he said he's Taino. He said he's not no African. He's Taino, Indian, and Scottish. I can't make this shit up. This nigga said he was a Taino, Indian, and a fucking Scottish. That he didn't come from Africa. Look, I'm telling you, we're losing. You got Haitians out there talking about their fucking their Taino Indians, all kind of stupid shit like that. So it's not just Black Americans, Everybody want to run to the Indian because they don't want to deal with the fact that they come from slave descendants. They're so ashamed of Africa, so ashamed of what they are. They want to run from their ancestry, run from their identity and whatnot. And they run from their identity like Negroes run from the fucking the light bill man, The light bill man's coming, man. Get out of here, turn it off with that, Yeah, come on, we know you're in the house, man. Pay your bill up, we're gonna turn it off. And you are hiding from the light bill man and whatnot. Motherfuckers be hiding from their identity like they hide from the light bill man. Ain't nobody sold nobody. I look at that situation. Africans, that's stupid nonsense about they sold. If you gotta look at the whole thing, I look at the whole picture, the whole situation, right? I put the blame solely on the fucking Europeans. They're the ones who introduced guns, conflict, and everything, and they're the beneficiaries of this. They caused the conflict. The main thing is Africans did not want to be involved in the slave trade, but they were forced. So that's cowardice where you love the fucking white man who benefited, made himself rich off your blood, sweat, and tears, and you hate the African, And you got a lot of Africans basically who you go to parts of like the Delta region of Nigeria. These people were refuge. These people were fucking running from the slave trade their damn self. There was so many. Look, I found recently that slavery was so ingrained in African society, right? Where people would just, Africans would just enslave each other. Then when the Europeans came, they started selling the Europeans, but internal African slavery existed for thousands of years. So therefore, what you have to do is talk about let's build how we build a society, because slavery was one thing, right? Rico Miller, slavery was one thing, but taking people off their indigenous land, that's a totally another thing. That's two different things. You could have been a slave in Africa, right? You could have redeemed yourself. But when you fucking taken thousands of miles across seas in permanent captivity, that's the problem. That's what Rico Miller don't seem to understand. Slavery and look, give me a perfect example what I'm talking about. I was studying recently that the Arabs had slavery much longer than the Europeans. It started like about a good 600 years, 700 years before the Europeans. But the difference about the Arab slave trade is this: those who didn't make eunuchs, those Africans became Muslims. Some of them became slave traders themselves. Some of them rose in Arab society, became sultans and chiefs, warriors, stuff like that. That's the difference, right? Than European slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, where your skin color and white Christian slavery made you a permanent slave based on it. That's what the Pope, the Catholic Church did when they told the slavers, don't slave the indigenous people because we want to bring them to Christianity. If you want to slave somebody, go to Africa and slave black people because they don't have souls. That's why black Africans were brought to the New World, to spare the indigenous people of this world of slavery. So the bottom line is this: when you see people talk about, oh, I'm native, no, you're not. The reason why you're here is because they believe that the native life was not, there was no incident, and you can show me anything where a native person, this person was ever in chains. The African was always in chains in the New World. He was at the bottom of the New World society. He was a slave to everyone. He was a slave to the white man, to mestizo class, and he was a slave to the indigenous people. Now we just have to hold that L. And the only reason why it hurts is because you want to be part of this new world America. And the bottom line is a lot of black people, I'm an American man. But what does that mean? A world is already predetermined that you're at the bottom of. Yeah, Arabs castrated in, but not all of them were castrated. Tipu Tib was a black slave trader. He was a Swahili slave trader. A lot of Swahilis were mixed, black and white. Yeah, but the bottom line is, brother, unfortunately, because of the transatlantic slave trade, the slave trade defines West Africa. It doesn't matter what West Africa was before the slave trade. You know, that's what defines West Africa is the transatlantic slave trade. Now the problem is you got the FBA. The white man's like, damn, I won. I built this beautiful civilization called America, and I got people that I shitted on for hundreds of years trying to get over here and bow to me and make me up. You don't got no chance against the white man. Because all the white man has to do is play footsie with Africans and Mexicans and everybody else, and you go crazy. Nah, Mr. White Man, don't remember me. I'm a foundational black American. You know, it's sick. Yeah, West Africa never recovered from slavery. I'm sorry, brother. They never recovered from that shit, you know? Slavery was always going to define what West African. When you say West African, you might as well say you're a fucking slave descendant too. I like how a lot of West Africans like be like, oh, I'm not a slave, but my answer was like, no, you're from West Africa. You were slave bait. You know, you're a slave factory. But the FBA is the sick man of the diaspora, you know? How did West African nations are so young, man? I thought they were around for hundreds of years. I mean, you tell me you only exist when the white man came there and wrote your history for you? So, like 50 years ago, when the white man was there, that's when your history started? Damn, man. Black America's older than that, 50 years. So, when we build Africa, okay. I hope you do, bro. There's several morals of transatlantic slave trade. Yeah. Brewery says, Kala, you believe so-called AAs are Africans. Why not? Look, shut the heck. Look, I said racially. We're racially fucking Africans. We're not culturally Africans. Don't you understand? You know, we're not fucking Africans culturally. We don't eat with our hands. We don't shit in the streets. We don't practice. We don't practice female genital mutilation. A lot of shit y'all do, we're not into. We don't want to be fucking Africans like you guys are. We're our own fucking people. Everybody always wants us to go backwards in fucking history and whatnot. Look, let me put it to you like this. I don't do a drive-by. I don't do drive. When's the last time I did a drive-by? I don't do drive-by shows. You know, you guys basically be taking machetes, hacking motherfuckers up, and selling them on the meat market. I seen this one thing where you got a fucking human foot on a fucking market for sale and whatnot, you know. And please don't stop it, you know. Let me put it to you like this. Okay. What does it mean to be on the grid? The grid, African American, Black Americans, African Americans are a first world people. They are on the grid. Took hundreds of years to do, but that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a first world people. We're not third world people. The fact that some black people in America act like third world people make me fucking sick. When you're living on the grid, understand this. The grid means that you live in a systematic way of life. You have access to healthcare, basic healthcare, the essentials. You have access to food, grocery stores, whatnot. You're not substantially out there farming, hunting, and gathering. You have access to transportation. Somebody living in a city could travel, has access to travel thousands of miles in a week. You have access to telecommunications. You got access to 911, health, police department. You got access to basic education. That's what it means to live on the grid as a standard. American society decided 100 something years ago that in order for this society to work, that 80 to 99% of people have to be on the grid. Now, there's exceptions in rural areas and rural South and Kentucky and stuff like that, but 99% of Americans are on the grid. They have access to sewer systems, water, and pipe-borne water. That's the first world. That's living on the grid. That right there means that those people who live on the grid have potential earning, generating power, and they're consumers of the wealth generators and the consumer. Even our poor people, the poor that's living on subsistence, basically are living well. Now, when you come to outside of America, to developing worlds, let's say someone like Kenya, only maybe 15% of the people live on the grid. In China, people say, "Oh, China is like this." Do you know a third of the Chinese, about a quarter of the Chinese, live off the grid? That's hundreds of millions of people living off the grid. Black America, 99% of the people are on the grid. That's the highest percentage of anybody in a group of people in the world. Now, when people say Black America is going to go to Africa, dude, brother, you do not. People do not go from living on the grid to living off the grid, unless they're fucking some stupid like this. So the idea of you thinking Black America is going to come to Africa anytime soon is freaking. It is what it is, because Africa is not developed. The only country in Africa that's pretty much on the grid is South Africa, and that's mostly in the white areas. Yeah, we're not primitive fucking people, DK. We're not going to live off the grid. That's not going to happen. So people think, "Oh, we're going to come to Africa." I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It's not going to happen. When we talked about in Afghanistan, we talked about continuing the grid, which we could do that. We have the wealth and the money to probably do that if we had our own land. And Afghanistan would be on the grid. People would not lose their standard of living. Oh yeah, I know. I said South Africa. You guys are getting electricity now, but you guys were struggling for a little while there. The black area of South Africa was struggling a little bit. Come on, you guys are not. The black areas are getting on the grid now. Y'all come a long ways. Yeah, South Africa. The bottom line is that's why all these West Africans are going to destroy South Africa, because they're overloading South Africa's grid. So all these people, millions of people, bum rushing South Africa when this country's going to collapse. Will Pan Africa survive? I don't know if there ever was any Pan Africans. I'm tell you the truth. Yeah, they don't want to live that because they're living on the grid. Nobody wants to fucking go back to fucking Nigeria. No electricity, no sewer system, open deprecation. Nobody wants to live like that shit. But I'm glad I got people thinking tonight. I told you I was going to get people fired up tonight. That's a little kind of high, man. 70-90% of South Africa have electricity. I got to do my research. I'll take your word for it, but be perfectly honest with you, if I ever decide to move to Africa, unfortunately, it probably would be South Africa. I'm sorry. I love Liberia. I love, yeah, that's fine, Rwanda and whatnot. But if I ever decide to leave the United States, the only country in Africa I would go to is South Africa. That's probably it. I know I like South Africa. I know, like I love that lifestyle. Type of lifestyle I like, man. South Africa has it. No, I'm not into white women, bro. Michael, well, that's you. No, because unlike Nigeria, I don't see people openly defecating. Like, I see one thing: Nigerians, fucking open. Nigeria is an open defecation capital of Africa. That's just ridiculous. Can't be living around that shit, man. Sorry. No, Liberia, they don't open defecate in Liberia, bro. Trust me. I've been there. They don't open defecate in Liberia. Yo, Kasha, I've been there 6 times. You know, they do not fucking what you call it? That was when you seen that shit. That was from from the war, like back in 2000, 2003, and back in the days. But right now, Liberia is really clean, really modernized. And whatnot. They stop that shit. I don't know where you get these rate cap. Where's your where you get your statistics from? People just put out stuff. Rape capital of Africa or whatnot. No evidence, no nothing. When you come up here, I'm gonna ask you to come up here, and Kasha, if you don't want to get blocked, you're gonna have to come up with proof. You know? Yeah. Okay. Liberia, just have you ever been there? You never been there. Everybody likes just to sit here in my chat room trolling me, taking shots and whatnot. You don't. You look. You just don't fucking. If you've never been to a country, I would appreciate before I block you. Stop talking about it. Really. Yo, my wife is over there. You saying she was raped? 60% of people have been raped. What are you fucking talking about? Delete that stupid ass comment. You don't know what you're talking about. You're about to get blocked, Kasha. I like you, but you're about to get blocked. All right, Kasha. Goodbye. Goodbye. I tried to be nice. Goodbye, Kasha. What people tell me when I say I'm not playing with you, I can like you, but you come in my chat room talking about your shit, which you don't know anything about. You know, 60% of people, Liberians, women have been raped. Where the fuck you get that from? One thing you do about Liberian men, they do protect their women. Look. I never been to Nigeria. I get that. But I never basically sit there. I just go by what I see. The Nigeria has some good things about Nigeria that I like. There's some things about Nigeria that I do like. They do have a business class there. You know, I like what I see when in Lekki. I like what I see in Abuja. I like what I see in what's it called, Calabar. So I talk about the good things about Nigeria too. You know, there's some good things about Nigeria I like. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh, Nigeria's all bad." Calabar is one of the best places in the world to live. I wouldn't mind living in Calabar. It's a beautiful place. Yeah, Nigeria has a lot of, when you look at, sad part about it is you got some parts of Nigeria that they're on the grid, the first world. But unfortunately, it's 200 million people. 200 million people. And it just doesn't have, Nigeria just doesn't have the resources to put everybody in that country on the grid. That's the problem. But they're not stupid people. Like I said, the images I've seen in Nigeria, some are bad, but a lot of it's good. A lot of it's good. I'll give the credit where credit is due. A lot of part of Nigeria is good. I like that Lekki Free Trade Zone. I like that right there. I think that's a game changer and stuff like that. I like Aliko Dangote, building a refinery and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things about Nigeria that I'm rooting for. You know, well, all I know is Burundi. I'm seeing black bodies being piled up in different states and whatnot, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. Where's our so-called tough ass new Black Panther Party? Yeah, like I said, you know something, DK. When I first went to Liberia, I thought I was gonna see fucking looking like fucking Beirut or bombed out, whatever like that. When I got there the first day, when I was like, "What the hell? This is nothing like I thought." I was going by the stuff I was seeing in the media and stuff like that. I was like, "Wow, it was nice places, nice restaurants, and nice people. Clean roads and whatnot. So development going on." I was like, "Damn, this is nothing like I thought." You don't go by stuff you see in the media. You got to go to a place and actually uh, experience it. That's why I said I'll never look at a place and be like, "Oh man, I would never go there." And I'm saying I would never visit there. I probably would visit Nigeria, but I would not fucking move there. Because of obvious reasons. That I can say. Just like much as I love Liberia, I would never live there permanently because I just couldn't do it because I got health issues and stuff like that. I need my specialists and doctors here in America. getting back to our FBA people, it's like the most embarrassing thing, Thought about that. I was like, man, what the hell? By the way, folks, I had heart surgery this week, finally done with it, Actually, I had 2 heart surgeries, this week. I'm recovering right now from these 2 heart surgeries I had this week, Dark Eagle asked me to do a show tonight. I said, yeah, I'm going to do my Sunday night sermon, I've only been to 2 African countries, really. I've been to Liberia and Morocco. Yeah, it's not easy. Look, when you're living on the grid, right? It's like when you say go to Africa, man. You know what I mean? You know what the biggest problem is when a lot of expats, Black Americans go to Africa. Is health issues. They always end up dying. They think they're gonna eat natural bird. Oh, I'm gonna go over there, live a natural life or not, and 7 months later they're dead. Particularly a lot of our sisters that particularly they go. A lot of Black American sisters are dying over there because a lot of them are obese. The bigger women were not. And so they go over there thinking, oh, I'm gonna eat the African food and whatnot. Like African food, some miracle cure. African food's fatty and has cholesterol, some everything too. Yo, Elvis, thank you, but I am at friggin' full health right now. I got a pacemaker in my heart. Means I'm gonna live forever. I got ablation done. No more fibrillation. You know what caused that afibrillation in my heart? That goddamn COVID vaccine. I know it. I never had that shit before. And they know it. They know those fucking shots I had, that COVID vaccine shit is fucking a lot of people up. A lot of people got health issues. Almost all my family took that shot. Got health issues now and heart issues and stuff like that, That fucking vaccine, man. That was the biggest scam ever perpetuated on us. Go ahead, Dark Migo. Dark Migo, you was telling me about somebody who was on Dynasty show. Tell me about that.
Oh nah, he was just saying like he read your book and he was just giving like a story out of your book that you had a lot of Pan African Sunday school or something like that, right? You had that.
I don't know. I can't remember. I wrote that book so
Uh,
long ago.
yeah, but yeah, basically he was saying you had that and like the fact that it was people in the community that was like saying that was making it cool to be smart. Like the guy was saying all that stuff you was saying. I was like, that's crazy that that he brought that up. You know what I'm saying? He was an African. He's one of them UK Africans. I was like, oh man.
But let me get Kasha up here. See what he has to say. Hold up, I'm gonna give him defend himself and see how long it is. Go ahead, Kasha.
I'm not gonna defend anything. I'm just gonna ask some questions. Why you making threats just because I don't agree with what you saying?
Well, no,
I got
because
some contrary to say.
Dark Migo, tell him how the thing works.
Yeah,
Just
bro.
as I
You gotta watch your mouth up here, man. You can't
when
be
you come up
wild.
in this is not search for a Huru. For
I ain't
people
say
to
it
say what the fuck they want to
was.
say.
I ain't say it
So,
was. I don't get to say what I want to say on Search for Huru either.
yeah, but no, but when you come up here and make a fucking accusation like that, 60% of all Liberian
There
women have
wasn't
been
an
raped.
accusation though. There wasn't an accusation. That's not coming from nowhere.
So why would you put that in my
And
chat
just
room?
because your wife hasn't been raped, don't mean that no other woman in
Ain't nobody
Liberia has
walking
been
around.
raped, bro.
Look, Liberian country is not that fucking. Go there and think you could fucking even touch a fucking woman and get away with it. See what the fuck happens to you.
I'm not
Right,
trying
mob
to rape
justice.
nobody, bro.
Look,
I'm
they
not
got
trying to
mob
rape
justice over there.
nobody.
They'll fucking kill your ass fucking with their women.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not
You
trying
can't
to
even
rape
steal a
nobody,
grain of
bro.
rice, right? They cut your hand off.
But
Something
Man,
like that.
these people are
you
playing. Yo,
made a
look,
blanket statement and said that Nigeria is open defecation capital
Nigeria
of
does have open
Africa.
defecation, but I
No, that's
also
Liberia. Niggas dig cat
hold on.
holes in
I could
Liberia,
play you
bro.
videos. I could play you videos.
I can play you video of niggas digging cat holes in Liberia
What was
on the
this?
beach.
That was like fucking like 30 years ago.
Bro, that wasn't. That's recent. They doing this. They doing it right now. Somebody
No,
taking
they're
a
not
shit.
doing it right now.
And somebody in Liberia right now on the beach
There's
taking a
nobody doing
shit
that
right
in
now.
Liberia right now. What beach? What beach are you talking about?
What do you mean? What beach?
Name the beach.
Got him.
How many beaches are in Monrovia?
Hold on. Name the beach. Name one beach.
How many beaches are in Monrovia? They taking shits on all of them.
Hold up. My boy Paul and Sine, they own Honeycomb Beach, this Sophia Rock Beach and whatnot. I never seen nothing that right there. That's in Congo Town. You know?
I guarantee you, there is a broke Negro in Liberia taking a shit right now on Honeycomb Beach. What you said it was Honeycomb Beach? I guarantee you, it's a broke nigga right now taking a shit right now on the beach.
So did you see it?
I've seen it. I've seen videos.
Okay. All right, you got 3 minutes to put the video up here, and I'm gonna play it. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah, drop the link in the back chat.
Drop the link in the back chat.
All right. Are you gonna play the open defecation? Are you gonna post the stats for open defecation for Nigeria? Because you said hold up. You said Nigeria was open defecation. You gonna post them stats?
I don't need to play.
You gonna post them stats? Are you gonna post them stats though? But you said it was open defecation capital of Africa. Are you gonna post the stats?
Go to fucking Mike.
Because if you're not gonna post the stats, all you did was make an accusation like you said I did.
TikTok. Go to Dining on Time TikTok. He covers that. That's a Nigerian open defecation.
There are plenty people who have covered open defecation, not just in Nigeria, but all across sub-Saharan Africa and all across sub-Saharan Africa. But it seems to be a thing in Liberia.
It's not prevalent in Liberia because I'm there. You know.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, what's going on, Dave?
They're struggling all over Africa, bro.
Bro. What's up, panel?
Hey, what Elvis at, bro? Because Colin, you be lying, bro.
I'm talking about people shitting on the beach.
Traded to his country.
He
don't like this country because he'll never go there.
Even if people shitting on the beach, what's the point? What's the point of the conversation?
Listen, I only brought that up because Colin said Nigeria is open defecation capital of Africa.
Okay, hold on.
It's Liberia, bro. It's Liberia. Niggas in Liberia are retarded, bro.
The difference between Nigeria and Liberia is Nigeria talking about like 150 million people.
And do you know how many doctors come out of Nigeria? You know how many smart people in Nigeria? It's not that many smart people. Listen, Liberia only got a population of 5 million people.
People have a low life expectancy. What's the difference?
Everybody's life expectancy is low in sub-Saharan Africa.
So what I'm saying, what's that have all these doctors, or they say they have one, and people? Why is it all the politicians? Hold up. Why did the former president Buhari? He died in Europe. He was sick in Europe. How come he couldn't get treated in his own country?
But most of those presidents do that, man. They go to other countries. You know what it is, Colin. You not.
In other words, basically, don't talk to me about fucking doctors. If your fucking country,
I'm saying that because there is a significant amount of people who are educated in Nigeria, and they will not take a shit on the side of the road, bro. It is not that many educated people in Liberia. Them niggas dumb. They gonna take a shit anywhere they stand.
You been
like roaches.
Nah, they're not gonna do it.
Yeah, they is. That coup didn't come out of nowhere.
Nah.
Yo, Dave.
Them niggas stupid, bro.
We go to Liberia every year, right? We go to Liberia.
Nah, Casa. The way you making it seem like that's just every day, that's regular. Nah, it's not like that out there.
You ain't okay. I ain't never been there. You ain't never been there either, nigga.
I've been
from Liberia.
I lived there 8 years.
What Elvis at? What Elvis to back what I'm saying right now?
Elvis never been there.
They go override.
Oh, you mean Elvis never been there since he was 15? Oh, you mean Elvis never been there?
15.
Elvis hasn't been there in almost 10 years.
Not true. What Castro is saying, Kyle, you gotta take. Hold on, Castro. Let me speak.
Americanized.
Let me speak. Right, what Castro is saying, you gotta take a pause and analyze it without the emotions. When I live in Liberia, I don't know if Dave knows this. Perhaps he does. There's a beach. Most Liberia is a coastal country, so there's beaches all throughout the country. Where I lived, in proximity to where I live, there's a
I
beach
was going to
called.
war.
Hold on, Carla. There's a beach called Popo. They call it Popo Beach, but
You already
really,
know about that.
okay then. So
So
How
when
many
you
years ago was that?
so
Hold up. Yo, Dave. Well, when you go there now, do you see people on Poo Beach anymore? Anymore? No.
I don't even know about that beach.
see, Dave doesn't
Right now,
know.
you
So
got people out
Poo-poo
there,
Beach.
developers and everything like that, cleaning those beaches up. And you look at
The
Sugar
beaches I
Beach.
go
You look
to, I
at
don't see shit on the beach.
bottom
right,
line, there's videos.
those are
Nigerian
private
beaches.
Does that mean that
beaches,
it
right?
doesn't happen? So does that mean that it
Yeah,
doesn't happen
no,
because the
I'm not
beaches
saying
that
it
you
No,
go
it
don't
to,
doesn't.
happen.
No, it
I
doesn't.
know,
don't say shit?
I
It
know
don't
for
happen.
one. Hold up. I know for one, it goes down in Westport.
Yeah, West Point.
Right.
Yeah,
So why are you guys denying it, right?
yeah, but
I'm
hold
It's
up.
not
That's
denying
hold up.
it,
West
Super
Point.
bro.
Hold up.
emotional,
West
Kyle.
Point.
The
Hold
way
up.
you know
West
what I
You
mean,
got
Point is a
people
super
talking
slum.
like it's a
emotional when
regular
you
West
nigga,
bring
Point
it
is
to
a
they
my
kind of
slum.
face,
racist,
bro.
West
man.
Point is a slum.
Can I get my apology, bro?
That's a slum.
No.
That's a
West Point is
slum,
a
though.
slum. You don't
That's a
judge a
slum.
community by the
Colin,
fucking one slum.
Colin, you just got super emotional and threatened to block
Casa,
me, bro.
No,
that's
no,
a
I'm saying like
slum.
this.
Can
You
I get my
talking a bunch of
apology,
nonsense
Colin?
because hold up. When you say Liberia, you didn't qualify. Say
And
I
West
heard about a
Point
place
wasn't
called
a
West
slum
Point, and I'll tell
before.
you, yeah,
So.
I only said Liberia
hold up,
because you said
you go to
Nigeria,
this.
bro.
One thing you're not gonna do is talk over me. You
All
know,
right.
so look, when you go to a place, right? There's every country. There's gonna be places that okay, go over there. You're gonna see some shit like this. That
But
don't
let's
mean
be
the
real.
whole
I
entire
live in
thing
New York
is.
City. I work in New York City. People do open defecation in New York City. I
I
can
Yeah,
saw
show
you
you
doing
on the
it on the
California
yeah,
subway,
too.
you
homeless
know.
One of the
homeless
beaches.
people,
on the
right?
subway.
Listen.
I could show it to you. I could show it
Wherever
to you in
there's
an
people, there's
alleyway.
gonna be open
So
defecation. I'm not
yeah,
ill and
so
out
that's
on that. I'm not ill and out. I only brought up Liberia because he leveraged Nigeria. Don't say
No,
Nigeria
no,
is the
no.
capital of
I'm saying,
Africa.
no,
We're really in
I'm
Liberia,
saying,
bro.
hold up. There's a difference is this. Nigeria brags about being the giant of Africa. That's the difference. Nigeria brags about being the giant of Africa, and they're always in our face talking about how great they are. So if I point something out, like, well, y'all gotta take care of that shit, that's only fair.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you can't be the giant of Africa and pooping everywhere. I feel you.
The thing is, yeah, they claim to be the giants of Africa, but at one point, Liberia was supposed to be the moniker that all the countries are supposed to follow behind.
Well, that
So,
didn't happen,
so hey, no, it did. It did. Ghana patterned their country behind Liberia. Nigeria patterned their country behind
Well, they had a
Liberia.
coup and a
but
different
those
group.
guys are dead. Those guys are dead.
The people who founded Liberia
Dead.
are fucking dead and gone and whatnot. The
My
group
point
of
is,
Liberia.
my point is, bro, don't make a baseless claim like that when it's actual proof that people in
All right, let's see something. Let me see if I could find something. Okay. What's that? What's that?
Yeah, you somebody got to mute, man. We got kids in the background making noise. You there, Carla?
Yeah, I'm trying to find something. Now, here's the thing. Now, I hate talking bad about my fellow Africa. I love Nigeria, great country. I hope it succeeds and whatnot. I wish it all the best of luck. But we got to put things into kind of perspective here. Let's watch this video. It's a real serious problem in Nigeria. You know,
Open defecation in Nigeria remains a serious concern as it exacerbates the progression of the neglected tropical diseases in the country. According to Water, Sanitation and Hygiene National Outcome Routine Mapping Report 2021, 48 million people are practicing open defecation in Nigeria, representing 24% of the population. Experts are therefore calling for an end to open defecation to eliminate neglected tropical diseases in the country. Hamida Yegbadi reports.
Open defecation is a human practice of defecating outside rather than into a toilet. People may choose fields, bushes, forests, ditches, streets, canals, or other open spaces for defecation. They do so either because they do not have access to toilets readily accessible or due to traditional cultural practices. Out of 774 local government areas in Nigeria, only 126 are open defecation free, and this remains a serious concern, especially as open defecation is a major driver of neglected tropical diseases. Ebonyi State has the highest prevalence of open defecation in Nigeria with 73%, followed by Plateau, Kogi, Oyo, Kwara, and Kebbi states. Only Jigawa State is open defecation free in Nigeria, while Katsina is coming close with 77% of its local government areas open defecation free.
Open defecation is rampant in Oyo State. We are doing everything humanly possible to curtail it and reduce it to the minimum. One of the challenges, the lack of education. We need to enlighten and educate the Oyo rural dwellers.
In Nigeria, when we go by the Watchnum report, we have 48 million Nigerians defecating in the open. That is about 23% of the population, meaning that 1 out of every 4 persons. So if you have 4 of you,
if you got 48 million, whoa.
With open defecation, there is bound to be an increase in so many diseases, not only neglected tropical diseases, also cholera too will be increased. But when there is open defecation-free environment, most of these diseases with a higher percentage will drop.
To end open defecation in Nigeria, community leaders, traditional leaders, religious leaders, and all stakeholders are expected to work together to create public awareness against the practice.
We used to call our people, we train them, we advise them not to defecate outside. Secondly, I used to give them loan. Me and my chiefs, we organize loan for them so that they can use it to provide toilets for their houses.
We can all come together and really make a difference in terms of making a commitment to stop open defecation, but then providing the solutions about how we can build public toilets, build toilets for people in their homes.
With consistent sensitization and enlightenment on the dangers of open defecation practice, experts say more local government areas and states could attain the open defecation-free status towards the elimination of neglected tropical diseases in the country. Amid Oyegbade, reporting for Trust TV.
Okay, Tyler, let me make a statement. Let me make a statement on that.
Hold on, you gotta wait.
I got the stats too. All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it.
So the problem there is regulation, one, right? A lot of people build these shanty homes, what we call zinc rounds, where they just put like sheets of aluminum zinc or just zinc itself, and they lived in it. So that home is not being regulated because in the United States, if you build a home, you have to have a toilet in that home. So most people can't afford to build a septic system while they live in a zinc shack. So they have to find another means to defecate. So a lack of regulation, lack of sewer system, because in this country, there are people who live in barns and other things like that, right? But they have to go into the mean house to use the toilets. In Liberia, it's not like that. Somebody may build a shack on the side of a barren land, and there's no toilet, and they have to go and shit in the fields. So it happens in Southeast Asia. It happens in places like India. It happens all over.
It happens everywhere, Elvis. Yeah, it happens everywhere.
So it's nothing diseases, bro.
I looked the numbers up. I got them numbers, folks.
That's a lot of poop.
Yeah, I got them numbers. Liberia and Nigeria, percentage-wise, they are literally neck and neck with open defecation.
Yeah, right. It's funny. I never seen anybody. There's no sign to say please don't poop on the
Okay,
street.
I'm pretty sure not. I'm pretty sure Dinah's never seen a man take a shit in Nigeria on the beach.
We don't talk about. Zionists see us all this nasty shit, you know.
But it happens in Liberia, Carl. Why are you making it seem like we're better than Nigeria? We're not.
Bro, it happened in Chicago. I just saw a nigga taking a shit the other day.
A lot of people who are defecating in Nigeria and Liberia are actually Liberians. I mean Nigerians and other people who come that they're there illegally. You know, you got a lot.
No, Colin, come on.
Ivorians
that's a
there,
good point. Yeah,
You see, bro, you was just threatening my life on this. You was ready to pack me up on here, bro. And I just proved you wrong, and I can't get a simple apology from you, man.
I'm saying
where your link at?
Hold up, Dynasty Samir trying to sell tours. He ain't gonna tell you everything he's seeing in fucking Nigeria. You know, I love Dynasty, my brother. We ain't gonna tell you the whole thing. Ask Mufasa, you know. He ain't gonna tell you all that shit he sees. You know, you may see driving around in that
somebody take a shit. Well, at least the piss, bro.
Right there on the side of the road, and he said, "Look, let's go get some fucking food right next door."
Do you know piss is also defecation too, Colin?
Well, piss and shit.
Yes,
you know?
that is.
So people also piss on the road all the time. I guarantee you, pause. David's probably pissed on the side of the road before.
Well, they said the poop is making diseases, bro.
I open defecate all the time. I just don't shit everywhere.
You didn't watch the video, Elvis. She said
Right, a lot of people in the country piss on the side of the road. You walking, if you ain't got a car, you walking somewhere and you got to piss. You might go in the bush
let's not
and
put
piss in that bush.
Let's not put piss.
That's not the
No,
same
it's a
thing.
form of defecation. You guys don't know what the word means. The word is
there's an old saying. There's an
when
old
you
saying.
excrete waste from your body. That's defecation. Piss is defecation.
You use anything, bro.
That's why I'm an advocate to change the name.
I done took it to the next level. I done shit outside.
Look, there's a proverb from the College of Genesis, right? It says, "One should never shit when one eats."
Colin, that's an African Liberian proverb. It says, "Never shit on your farm road because it's a place you go all the time,
you never shit
and you smell that shit where you go."
No, defecation.
The thing is, shit.
Clearly, they're not taking you that advice, Elvis.
I'm not defending it. I'm telling you it's happening. So you're not making fun of me. I'm just telling you that's the reality of it. Yeah, I'm telling Colin that shit is happening. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. It's just what it is.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with taking the shit outside. I've taken the shit outside.
Yeah, I can't. Look, I can't become a Nigerian, man. He says defecating under cool breeze is fun.
See,
who said it
was a cultural practice. See, the lady said
listen,
that.
Colin, don't knock it until you try it. Bro. Shit outside.
I am not going to be over in the side of the road.
Where do you think your ancestors used to shit when they were in Africa? You thought they had a toilet in their house?
Colin, go in the bush.
They had a toilet, kid.
Colin, I'm going to tell you how to do it. I'm going to break it down. Go in the bush. You dig a hole. You shit in the hole and you come back.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead. Let him go.
It's easy. It's very easy. It's very just have a tissue with you.
I used to call you.
Okay. I was waiting for you to say that. All right.
You know, when I was in Liberia, we had indoor plumbing, right? The difference is you had to get a bucket of water. You know, we didn't have running water, so you had a bucket of water, and you flushed the toilet manually. But we're lucky enough to have indoor toilets. People around us had to go use the field to use the bathroom. But it's tricky when you want to take a shit and your dad or your mom is taking a shower in the bathroom. You can't go in there. You only have one bathroom in the house, so sometimes.
If anybody ever been camping, you take shits outside when you go camping, especially when you back country camping. So I'm used to taking a shit outside. I ain't got no problem with people taking a shit outside. That's not the issue.
You be outside so much you gotta take a shit outside, man.
I think more people should take shits outside.
I say, man, go right to Nigeria, man. You be fit right in, man.
This is
Listen. I think more people should take shits under the stars, and we will be more in alignment with who we are, man.
No, what Kasha's saying is, if you open defecate, you're more African.
Facts. 100. I'm African. I done shit it outside. I can't even count on my hands how many times I took a shit outside.
I don't want to know that, Kyle.
You know, so that, there you go, folks.
I'm just saying that just to let y'all know I ain't got no problem with shit outside.
I understand, and pretty much some people that took camping trips, they did it too. I know that.
Another thing, Carla, that Kasha mentioned, I guess you got offended by it, which is true. You know, a lot of women got raped during the war. A lot of them.
But we're not talking about that. He's talking about now.
Wait. Let me finish. 60%. I said 60. Again, I'm gonna reiterate. 60%.
I don't know the percentage.
60.
I don't know the percentage, but a lot of them did get raped.
All right, hold on. This is what I'm gonna say. Kasha, give me a second. You know, Elvis, do you believe currently right now 60% of all Liberian women right now in Liberia have been raped?
Probably not. No, I think that number might be too high. But during the war, a lot of raping did happen.
The wars, that's what.
And a lot of what I'm saying, a lot of women are still living from the war, so it might be.
So the Liberia has a young population. Most of the people in Liberia, you go to Liberia, weren't even born during the damn war.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. After the war, I'm not talking about the war.
You're saying after the war, you know.
I'm talking about after the Civil War. 60%. 60.
You gotta show me that number, bro.
Yeah, where you get that number from? There was a time under. Hold on, Casher. There was a time under Ellen Johnson's relief where it became a pandemic. You know, not a pandemic, but an epidemic of rape.
Nigeria just had a thing where they would talk about raping women. They had a rape fest, you know. They had a rape fest in Nigeria.
Yeah, so what Kasha was saying, Colin, I mean, it's jarring, it's embarrassing,
he's
but
talking bullshit. You know
that 60% part, I can't verify.
I asked him to pull up his stats, and he has done it. He asked me about Nigeria. I pulled receipts up. And he hasn't given me nothing.
I'm about to post it in the chat, Carla.
Yeah, that'll be shocking for me. I have to look into that.
No, put it in the back chat.
It might be 60% of a specific group of people. I don't know if it's 60% of all women in the country. I don't know. That would be crazy.
So 3/4 of all women.
No, they said 60% of all women. Bro, listen, check it out. There's not a lot of people in Liberia. If you rape 10 people, you down there got half the population right there. If you get what I'm saying. It's not like Nigeria. It's not like Nigeria with 200 to 300 million people.
Yeah, like Liberia, that's an embarrassing stat, right? The open defecation and the rape.
Posted the link in the chat. Color.
No, I don't see no link.
I just need I need an apology, folks.
Oh, okay. What link? I said put it in the back chat. I said put it in the back chat.
In the chat. You see,
I said put it in the back chat.
Can you not see it in the chat? I posted it in the chat.
I don't see shit.
Oh, okay. Let me post it on the main then. You can't see that one.
It says it was during the war, Castor, 61 to 77% during the war, not after the war. Did you read it?
My bad. Let me go get the other one. My bad.
He's still giving us war statistics. You see?
Yeah, the war. People use rape.
You guys got to clean up the market in Liberia. Come on, you gotta clean.
What do you mean, you guys? I'm not there, Dave. What I got to do with it? The point is that people use rape as a weapon of war, and it was devastating. A lot of women got raped. But after the war, that number is still high, but it's much lower. So, Kasha, you're wrong. It's after the war. It was during the war, man.
Anybody wants to come up here, they gotta put the camera on.
All right. You might. I think I am wrong on 60%. I think I was a little overzealous there. But my point is, a lot of them hoes been raped over there.
I mean, come on, Castor. Come on.
That's my point.
Come on, man.
And a lot of them niggas over there take shits on the beach. That's my point.
That's not true. That's not true.
Show me the video.
I can show you a beach right now.
Nah, the lot of dudes taking the shit. Yeah, that part is most likely true.
Nah,
only in West Point in certain areas, you know.
Certain areas.
Tyler, 60% of our population is rural. They live in the.
Hold on. Monrovia. Hold on. I don't know. Yo, Dave, tell him how Monrovia is now than when he probably.
Listen to what I'm saying. What percentage of our population live in Monrovia, Colin?
I would say about half the population live in Monrovia.
No, there's about 6 million people in Liberia. Only about 2.5 million live in Montserrat.
You haven't been back home in 10 years.
How many people live in Monrovia?
You go to Monrovia.
Let's do stats, not personal attacks. How many people live in Monrovia or Montserrat County?
You guys are going off of old statistics, man.
Let's do the math, Dave.
No.
Oh,
I
boy.
can't take nothing you say, my nigga, because you haven't.
It's not me saying it. We're doing the math together, right?
I have
the population of Monrovia is about 2.so million people.
I don't see what you see. You haven't been.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm arguing is not about seeing. I'm telling you, about 60% of our population in the country lives in rural areas that don't have the infrastructure for sewage, and most people don't have the money to build septic tanks. So if you go up country, as we call it, a lot of people don't have sewage systems.
They got all kinds of fucking shit now where people have these things right here in Liberia where they have biodegradable portable septic tanks. There's all kinds of shit going on. You don't know that because you haven't been there in a long time.
Carla, I'm not talking about the city. People in the villages can't afford
those main cities.
I'd like to apologize for saying that it was 60% of the women after the war. I'd like to apologize. Yeah, I'm sorry.
We know that was wrong. That would have made international news.
A lot of y'all get raped after the war too, so don't even be fronting like that shit just.
But the rape after the war. Hold on, let me say this, Kasha. The rape after the war was like family rape. A lot of young girls are getting raped by like their stepfathers or their step uncles, or even family members. That was I know what I'm saying. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying it was a special category of people that was being raped. So it wasn't like how the war people would just rape you because you're a woman and the dude was some kind of savage, a rebel soldier, and he just want to rape you as a tool of war. But the point that I'm making is that most Liberians live in rural areas. Monrovia is considered a more modern, contemporary area. Most of the people live in counties that lacks infrastructure, and those people don't have sanitation or a sewage system.
I don't know what you've seen. I've been to Broadville, Caldwell, all these places like that.
That's Montserrat County, Tyler.
Liberia.
Have you been to rural Bung County? Have you been to rural Margibi County? You think they got toilets there, Tyler?
I've been to Grand Bassa. I've been all through Grand Bassa. What are you talking about?
Yeah, those places don't have the homes. They don't have toilet. Most of them.
Giving me some Jews.
Grand Bassa, Buchanan. When you go to downtown Buchanan, you think you're in Manhattan. That's how well developed that city is.
Okay.
Elvis just doesn't like Liberia. So
I mean, you're not, Dave. Unless you're really hearing what I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying.
Just anti.
We don't know what you're saying because we go there.
Elvis is
Liberia has about 6 million people. About close to that, maybe 5.6, 5.8. About 2 million of those people live in Montserrat, right? That's that county. The rest of the people live in other counties that are less developed than Montserrat County. Most of them don't have the sanitation.
I would think Nimba is almost at the same level of Montserrat. What are you talking about?
Grand Bassa
Okay, Colin.
Grand Bassa is fucking developed.
I know y'all not, you gotta take Elvis' word for it. So
I'm not arguing with you guys. You just don't get my point, so fine. I'm not gonna argue.
Elvis, I completely understand your point. I'm not looking at this from an emotional
standpoint. Elvis hasn't been there in how many years? A decade or whatnot,
It's okay, Colin.
Every time I go there,
it's not a fight.
The country changes every year. I go there. When I go there in February,
you go to Monrovia, Colin. That's only like 20% of the country, if even that.
What are you talking about? I go to Robertsport. What are you talking about?
That's one town in the whole county, Kyla.
I've been to Ganta.
That's like going to Virginia Beach in the whole state of Virginia.
Dave, I've been to San Quele.
That's one part of a whole county. Why don't you understand that, Kyla?
I went to freaking through Bond County. What are you fucking talking about?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's like somebody living in Minneapolis and think they know the whole of Minnesota. You haven't been to Bemidji. You haven't been to Duluth, Hiawatha. You haven't been to the whole state of Minnesota.
Firestone.
Rochester, you're right.
So, Elvis, since the war has been over, what are some of the development plans to develop these areas?
You asking me, Dave? What I have to do with that? I'm not in the government.
Man, people in power, man. Your people in power.
What do you mean, my people, man? Jeez, you bring up this argument all the time. I'm done with the fighting on this platform, right? I'm just making my points without being, too aggressive. My point here is the bulk of our population don't live in developed areas. They live in rural areas.
And that's okay. Been rehabilitated. You hear me, bro?
Say that again, Dave.
A lot of Elvis, you understand something, right? Destroyed during the war.
Hold on, let me break something. Hey, Dave, I want to break something down to Elvis.
Gotta be real, bro.
Well, I want to break something down to Elvis, right?
Don't say everything for everything.
You can live in a rural area, right? So long as your house is made out of stone. I never seen a mud house in Liberia. Most houses are framed and use brick, right? You can go to city builders. Hold on, listen to me. You can go to city builders, get flooring, get a whole new bathtub, a septic system, everything like that from the Lebanese city builders. And that's what a lot of Liberians are doing. They're building their houses like they ain't sitting there waiting for no government to build it. They're taking matters into their own hands.
Can a person in Zikipar go to city builders and get those things to build a house?
A lot of people got people coming from the states that send them money to
build. Do you know what Zikipar is, Carla?
What you said?
Zikipar. You know what Zikipar is?
Yeah, look. Let me Zepica. Yeah. Matter of fact, they're building a city builders right there in Marshall. That's going to be the largest in West Africa.
That's not what I asked you.
The Lebanese are all over the fucking country. What are you talking about? Boy. You got contractors, people who drill boreholes and everything all over the country and whatnot.
You haven't been in Liberia over 10 years, so just go to Liberia.
You know what Zikipar is, Dave?
I don't give a damn about
Zikipar. Okay, so you don't know the country more than I do.
So I don't care.
Bottom line, you got
people. So what are you arguing with me for? I'm not arguing with you.
They see a lot of the developments that's going on there. It's a lot of stuff.
In Monserrado, that's one county out of 15 counties.
It's not just in Monserrado.
It's one county out of 15 counties.
That's what they think. They say, oh, it's all just Monserrado.
Can we see some of these construction sites right now if we look them up, or is there no kind of?
Look them up.
That's like saying the United States is fully developed because New York City is highly developed.
But, let's see.
That's one city.
Let's see. You guys want to?
Kyle, he putting you down too. Black America built the country. Put you down.
Dave, you just want to be antagonistic against me. I didn't say anything here, bro. Why you trying to fight with me?
Come on, man. Still be hating on the Black Americans that built the place up, man.
Boy.
Rehabilitate, man. Add up to what they built up over the 100-something years. You know what I mean? Rehabilitate what they built up.
I mean, Dave, I hate to say it. When I say it, you get angry. Your mother is Bassa. You're a Bassa person, right?
And
so
you're from Gold Crown tribe. So
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So what are you saying? We're both from indigenous backgrounds. So what is your point?
I mean, yeah.
Are you denying that your mother is an indigenous woman?
But I'm gonna rock with the collagenesis and the cosm. You know what I mean?
All right, that's because you're denying your mother's tribe. You're ashamed of being indigenous.
I don't care about tribe.
There you go. You're ashamed of it.
It's about nationalism, bro.
Nah. You're ashamed of it, Dave. I don't know why you want to fight with me, bro. I'm not fighting with you. Just be cool.
Tribes only take me to my county. That's it. Out of my county, I can't do nothing. So
don't start issues, man.
You got a national nation with a passport. You open this up to the world. So I believe in nation. I believe all Liberians deserve the same shit, man. Just the infrastructure. Get your water, your electricity. Get on the grid. Get everybody, a Liberian on the grid. Then everybody will find their way. That's it.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you trying to find, Carla?
You don't know what I'm talking about. Because you don't like Liberia. You don't go there.
Okay.
All right, this is rural Liberia. This is a scenery in rural Liberia. Let's see what they're talking about, Elvis.
Hello and welcome to the Labyrinth TV network. If you are in Africa, or I think in Europe they have this fruit there too. Yeah,
I see
and
this
there are a
video.
lot of people who don't know that it's grows in Macerado. It's actually in Macerado in
This is
full.
Monserrato, Carla.
So we'll be taking you there for you to see the place. We actually picking up from Carisbrook to get there, and this is how the road looks to get
What state? What
to.
state? What county is Carisburg in, Carla?
This is just
It
the
doesn't matter.
Avon.
I know it's in
But
Macerado.
anyways,
So
you will see
Okay, then.
how
So what are you trying to prove to me?
destination is.
the whole entire
And
region is going to be in Bong. It's going to be in
Sodi
Nimba,
is
whatever.
actually in Macerado County and part of District Number 1.
Yeah, yeah. What you said? It's in Monserrato, Carla.
So what's your point?
They don't have that much
The
inhabitants.
point that I made wasn't the point that you're trying to make.
Hold on,
Just
that don't stop
one of
you
the
people from
biggest
moving.
district, but
Hold on, if you guys don't hate Macerado so much,
just like
why don't you
that.
guys go to Grand Jita and build that up?
Well, I didn't make that point. What point are you making, Carla?
So you're saying, oh, Macerado. Okay, everybody goes there because
Actually,
that's where
when
they
I
want to
got
be.
to
They don't
Sodi,
have any confidence in their
saw
own
Right. So
little area.
I wasn't making a point against
the
that
reason
point.
why I was
So
shocked
what
is
is your
that
point?
I felt go far off from the city. And it's
Macerado
actually
got
when
a
it's
lot of rural
starting, it
areas,
can be like
not just
very
what you call
expensive.
Monrovia.
Yeah. For our own market, I would
I'm
say
not making that point against that point
they
either.
sell
What is it?
$10, like $11, and they put the bar down sometimes 7, sometimes 10 or 50 like $11, which is that was just 25 cents. Yeah, that was just 25 cents like that. But when I got to this place, I noticed that people are even living on this food. Like people come from town to go there and buy it and bring it to sell. But we take you through the town for you to see how the part of Macerado actually looking.
Somebody said something funny in the chat. Carla, you can pause this video.
This
I
road
mean,
has
it
a lot
doesn't
of good
disprove my point. But let me say this.
road that get you
I think
to
BB
Kakata,
Rodriguez doesn't
which
understand
is
geography,
IGB
right?
County.
She
We have
thinks
a
that an
lot of
overcast sky means that the land is cursed. Liberia is in a tropical rainforest.
I
There's
hope
a
you
lot
are
of
enjoying
moisture
this ride
in
with
that
me.
area, so you always have clouds
This
over
is some
here
part of
because the forest is
Nigeria.
so deep.
I
There's a
hope
lot
you
of
enjoy this
moisture.
ride. We
Same
go
thing with the
along.
Amazon in Brazil. So that's just geography. It doesn't have to do anything with sense of the people. BB Rodriguez. Well, what's the point, Carla? You can stop the video.
No, what
I don't get the point.
I'm saying is they're driving through. This is part of rural Liberia. You said rural Liberia. Is this rural? This is rural to me, right?
Okay, Carla. What does it mean?
You said, oh, there's no development in rural Liberia. And I'm trying to tell you, yes, there is.
So
this
road.
You go anywhere up here.
This road is development. See what's next to the road, Carla. What do you see next to the road?
You never know what you'll find in Liberia.
What do you see next to the road, Carla?
Hold up. You can go to Bong County, Nimba County, when I stop at somebody's house and he got shit laid out, marble floor.
What do you see next to that road that you think is developed?
It ain't like everything in Monrovia is like everybody's no. You got people out there that come from. I know people that coming from Philly and everything. They're going back to their lands and whatnot, and building their houses up and whatnot. You know, bringing the old latest.
I don't know what cash is, but I could drive from Minneapolis all the way to Des Moines, Iowa. About 80% of that drive, I'll be on a developed road, where there's nothing on either side of me.
Right here, hold up. This road right here will take you all the way through Nimba County.
Everything next to the road is not developed. It's all bush. So what is your point?
What are you talking about? Hold on. You don't have to have the roads are developed, you know?
Oh, so that's development. If you have a road with nothing else next to it.
Hold up. Liberia is a developing country. That's probably the best you're going to get for a developing country.
Fine, so I'm not arguing that, but you're trying to disprove what I said by
By
showing this video of a road and nothing else on the road.
You have to call someone from the town. They come and meet you on the road because they have some traditional practice there. But to go going there, I don't think it will be like that.
I know the Liberian language, English.
Because it's like we already prepared for the trip. No one is coming to meet us.
We can turn up
That
the
road
video,
right
man.
there take you
It's
all
not
the way
showing
to
anything.
Liberty County. It's all paved, marked.
Or
Yeah,
sometimes
so
people just give stories on what they hear from someone else.
so
So
that's
this is
developed. You
also
looking at that scenario, you
how
think that's developed, Carla?
Well,
this will take
so
you
what?
also
You know,
to
it's better than sitting in
So what are
America
you playing the
complaining
video
all
for?
the
It
time.
doesn't disprove my point.
Oh, so no,
so I
it's better
guess
than
you
the
already
people who
seen
sit
how
in
it looks
America
like.
who don't contribute shit, you know, and always damning their country and whatnot, you know.
What's damage? Speaking the truth is damage to something, Carla?
So what's wrong with that road? You know, people got houses,
What was the point that
properties,
I
and
made
whatnot.
that you were trying to disprove?
People over there living their life. At least they're enjoying their country.
What is the point that I made you're trying to disprove, Carla?
Actually seeing
No, you're
multiple
just making side comments like, "Oh, that don't mean there's no development. That's what development is to you or not."
No, my point that I made to you was that about 60% of
So they have
Liberians
this hill
live
ahead of
outside
us
of
right
Montserrat
now.
County, and the counties they
I
live
don't
in
know.
are
No,
not very
a lot of my
developed.
Just
people.
watch the
So it
wait
doesn't
for it to
matter.
get on it.
Rural area is
But
rural
they
area.
have
You
a
know,
blackish here.
all these areas are
I
rural.
don't know the main purpose, but I feel like
Right, so
it's
that was
stuff.
what I meant. You just proved that
Hold on. You go to
it is
So you
what I
go to
said it is.
Buchanan. You go to Buchanan. You go to Ganta and whatnot. You
So
know
when
what
they're
I'm
doing
talking
the
about. You know,
discussion, they
people live in
have
Those
to
are
development.
the capital
also
city
on
of
the
those
other side
counties.
So the bottom line,
versus
see what you
The
said.
most,
Live
the
outside of
majority
Monrovia.
of the people in this
You
county
make it
don't
seem like
live in those cities.
everybody that lives outside of Monrovia is fucking barefooted, ain't got
That's not
shit.
what I
You know,
said. That's not what I said.
that's what you implying.
Viagra or
No, fella.
sildenafil and Cialis or tadalafil. I know this works for some
Hey
people,
Dave,
but
does that sound like what he's implying? He's implying that
Like
everything
I
outside
said,
of
Carla earlier, Elvis don't like Liberia. He ain't got
No,
nothing good to
liking,
say
loving my
about us.
country is one thing. Lying about it and being a truthful is another
no,
thing,
ain't no
right?
lying about it. When if you want to know about it, go there. You know, go there. You
Carla,
know, you
You
got
I don't
ain't
have to
been
go
there.
there. I
You ain't
still
been
know
there
more about the
so
country than you
long.
do.
So
yeah,
you
sure
don't
you do.
see none of the developments you
Of
seen the last
course.
time you've been there. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like what
You
people
don't
do, and
for
you
me,
even
I'm
do that
not gonna
yourself,
argue
Carla.
with you. Like you haven't been there in like
You
10
said
years.
when you say
I'm just trying to
Liberia,
tell you the new
you
developments
only
that's
go to
going on. You
Montserrat
don't
County,
care.
right?
Yo, look,
That's where you reside. That's where you spend most of your time. Montserrat is not the entirety of Liberia, Carla.
I go through. Oh, look, if I'm in Liberia, I make it a point to travel throughout the country.
Throughout the country, Carla?
Yes.
Have you been to Maryland?
And I haven't gone to Maryland yet. That's the only place I haven't gone, but I
Have you
will
been
go
to
there.
Grand Jeter?
I don't want to go to Grand Jeter. You know.
Okay. Have you been to Grand Cru?
I'm saying so no, I'm not going down there. You know.
Okay, then. So you haven't been throughout the country.
Now, if you say the Grand Cru is underdeveloped, Grand Jeter, but why don't? What you guys
Have you been? Then you haven't been throughout the country. That's almost half of the country, Carla.
I am not interested in those areas.
Right,
So
because that's half of the country. So when you say you've been throughout the country, you haven't been throughout the country.
You guys been through some sort of way. Then why don't you guys go home and
That's not the point I'm making. You made a statement, and I'm asking you.
Why name a development Grand?
Right, you made a statement, and I'm asking you about it, Carla.
Let me ask you a question. Why name the
You got
development
people
in
down
Grand
there.
Jeter?
What you call? They're now connecting roads in Grand Cru.
See, that shows that you don't understand the country. That shows you don't understand the country, Dave.
Elvis, why name more developed than Grand Jeter?
And that's the point that I'm making. You don't understand the country. If you can't answer that question,
I do understand the country.
No, I'm talking to Dave, Carla. Hold on, Carla. If you can't answer that question, Dave, then you don't understand the country. There's a simple answer, Dave. Tell me the answer. See, that's because you don't understand it. You can go to Liberia 100 times and you will never understand it.
Because they love the country and y'all don't love the country.
No, that's not why, Dave. That's not why.
Let me get Kidola on. Go ahead, Kidola.
Oh, Carla, why is it that the people that are trying to shame Africans, the way they live their lives, these Black Americans, look, that is just a myth. Because if you go to some places in America, I think I was same place, California, those people also do their shit there, you know.
No, ain't nobody shitting in the public like that. Come on, Kidola.
Hold on, man. It seems like people who could not build anything in the United States, they're looking for where they can be superpower. It's like, oh, you shit over there. Oh, you shit over there. Is Africa complaining that people are shitting in their street? No. If you check some places, I've seen some videos about run down place like Mississippi or something like that. Some quack looking, Alabama people, who are do I judge them based on their economical status? No. But it seems like people could not even build the skyscrapers. Black Americans could build skyscrapers in America. There are a lot of white people going to all these places. Sometimes some of them date all these black guys and they bend down to enter some of these houses. Then before you know, within 3 months, development come to area. Africans are the ones developing their places. They're not using white people to come and develop their places. United States, look, black Americans are just eating for what the white Americans are stealing from other places and let the black American eat for crumbs from inside those things the white are stealing from other places. If the blacks are the one, I'm just telling you the truth. The white people are going to other places to steal. White Americans. Then the black Americans are eating from under the table of those crumbs. But they're the one coming to make noise. They're the one coming to make noise about Africans. Africans this, African that, African this. Man, if you're building skyscrapers now in your neighborhood, I say that trash in your neighborhood are being picked. If you look everywhere, black American neighborhood, the all car tires everywhere, old cars be parked that has already been dead for more than 30 years. You understand me? So the high horse you have to be proven. But I've never seen a white people coming out on TV or YouTube. Oh, African look, apart from Donald Trump that are very useless mouth. So what I'm trying to tell you, Carla, is this. When people started making an example of people, you have to see, okay, what have you ever done for yourself that you have to start attacking me? At least me, if I build a house in my territory, my son or my generation coming to develop more than that, maybe after 30 years. You understand me? Some of these places in Africa, they were not really like this before. You show you road and everything. Africa is like that. We have a lot of vegetation, a lot of open land that have fresh air and everything. All this so-called FBA attacking us is nothing to us. Because the people that are attacking us, if they live well, most of those women in this FBA camp, some of them have 5 children for different men. You that have 5 children for different men. How can you be attacking me? We don't even know because you try to make money on YouTube. If I check your
that one
background,
ain't gonna lie, that's true.
You just have 5.
That one ain't gonna lie.
Man.
So
they got bills to pay,
I'm just saying it. Because what you attack me for doesn't really work. Because if I make money, I build my beautiful house. I take my beautiful wife into that place. I live my life. You are attacking the way I eat, but you eat Chinese food. You don't eat your own culture food. And once the black Americans eat their so-called soul food.
Kadola, it's your responsibility that we introduce them to the culture. That's what you're supposed to do.
No.
No. You know why? Because what gets me with the FBA too, Kyla, these guys act like the African's the boss. Sometimes you hear me, Kyla, the way they cry to the African man. You think the African man is the boss man.
I know.
They give guys too much power. Oh, the African,
an African man look down on me.
They give you guys too much power, man. I be like, hey, the African man.
Well,
like
the bottom line, the black man in America, the FBA people, they got an inferiority complex with everybody. That's why they act like that.
Yeah.
If I go to Liberia, I will eat their food. The first thing they will serve me is their food. If I like it or not, is their food. The food that they eat it. And I will wash my hand and join them to eat it. I would never complain, oh, Liberia food smell. That is because it's not. Why? Because it's not in my nature. The same thing also with white people also.
Kadola, it's good that you brought this up. You know what I think could end the diaspora wars? I got an idea to end the diaspora wars. I think we should open up a unified supermarket throughout the country. Let you have African food, soul food, and the Caribbean food all in the
like the Asians got fusion markets,
Yeah, just have it there. and that's where everybody can
Yo,
meet.
I seen this
And
one time.
it'll be a good cultural spot.
Look, Dave, there's Africans who are trying to do that in Texas. They have soul. It says soul on it. It said, "Don't be fooled. This ain't soul food." When it was Nigerian, I'm like, man, is it really all that serious? You know? So what? They want to identify with soul food or not? You know? And they
no problem. I don't have a problem. Look, hold on. I'll give you an example, Kyla. Right? We got this girl, right? And one of my Liberian sisters, she's in Atlanta, right? She's making cassava leaf, right? But she's not putting the bush meat and stuff in it. She's just putting seafood in it. Liberians are hating on her because she's making money, and a lot of Black Americans are flying all over the country. They want to eat her cassava leaf with the soul food or with the seafood in it. She's putting in the clams.
Yeah, I think Liberian food is gonna be the first
major and people are flying all over the country. They're going crazy.
What's the bush meat that we put in the cassava leaf in Liberia, Dave?
I don't give a rat's ass, man.
So why are you making a statement that's not true?
Look.
I'm sure Carla's eating cassava leaf in Liberia. Did you eat bush meat in your cassava leaf, Carla?
Hold up, Elvis. Hold up. People like to put their own. People like to cook their meat and cook their soup different ways.
So who cooked bush meat in cassava leaf?
Some people put bush meat in their cassava. I don't know.
What's considered bush meat, Dave?
That's not the point. You see, that's not.
But you don't know what a bush meat is.
You see, you're diverting me from what I'm trying to do.
Chicken is not bush meat. Dry fish is not bush meat. Those are the things that people put in cassava leaf.
Hold up. With those cutter rats and whatnot,
Yeah, nobody put those in cassava leaf in Liberia.
I've seen it happen. They eat dog meat and whatnot. I've seen it.
Where?
This lady got arrested in Liberia. We saw Dave a few months ago. Because she was cooking dog meat, you know, and it's
Elvis has not been. I don't pay Elvis no mind. When it goes in the left ear,
that's what I'm asking you, Carla. Where have you seen people?
I don't pay you no mind.
Dave. You remember it happened a couple months ago? This lady she didn't have money to buy chicken, so she used bush meat.
That's why she got arrested, because it's not a normal thing that people do. So why are you talking? If you know that, then why are you using it as an example? I'm telling Dave that normal people in Liberia don't eat bush meat in their food. They eat chicken with their food. They might eat cow meat, you know. They might eat dry fish that we call boni. They don't eat bush meat.
There's a market for bush meat. Don't sit here and lie.
When is the last time you saw anybody eating bush meat in their food, Dave? You been to Liberia all the time, right? Tell us.
What do you mean?
Tell us.
I'm not going to cookouts with people skinning whole dogs.
I want to ask something, right?
Look. What I'm saying is people are hating on her. Her own Liberian people are hating on her because they're saying she's not cooking it the country way.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Let me say something, Elvis.
But she doesn't have. She's revolutionizing the soup. So what?
People over the world.
Let her get her money.
People over the whole world eat different type of food. You cannot change people's taste of food or culture they grew up with. I've never seen a Chinese man coming out to criticize other Chinese man because they eat dog or cat in their food. You understand? If that's the way they grew up, that's the way they grew up. Japanese eat that animal that is very huge on the eyes. You know what I mean? You know, even the Americans tried to stop it, but they could not.
Yeah, the whale meat. Japanese eat whale meat.
People want to eat whatever they want to eat, as long as you can.
So let me tell you something, right? I haven't been to Liberia since 2018, right? But I got to tell Carla and I tell Dave, I know the country like the back of my hand. In Liberia, hold on, Carla. In Liberia, there's a name for dog meat. People who like to eat dog meat, right? Do any of you know what the name is?
No, because anybody can't.
Of course not. Right. Let me just say.
That's not the fucking.
Hold on. Relax, Dave. Don't get angry. We're not fighting. So people who eat dog meat, if somebody is passing around, they will tell you white bucket. White bucket is a signal that means this is dog meat. So if somebody wants to buy it, they know that that's dog meat. Normal people don't eat dog meat in Liberia. There's only specific people that like that kind of meat and they buy it. So to say that people cook that meat in their food on a regular basis is not true. A lot of Liberians never eating dog meat.
Said nobody said they're cooking on a regular basis.
Elvis, in Nigeria, some group of people, there's some people that eat this meat, right?
Right.
Okay, is their culture, right? Is what they grow up.
Right.
As long, if I will ask you first, oh please, what? Because I know some group. Oh, what is this meat? I hope there's no dog on it. Say no, and they will be honest to you. Say no.
Right. And like if you're Liberian, you know the tribe, the number one tribe that eat dog meat in Liberia. Do you know the tribe, Dave Akala?
Part of the Kron people.
Not true. You wanted to take another guess?
Either Peli people or the
I'll say
Not true.
people.
There you go. Geechee people are the number one people that eat dog meat in Liberia.
I got a lot of Geechee friends that eat wild stuff.
Yeah. So knowing the country and knowing those things, if you have a Geechee friend and they're cooking, that's what Kadole is saying. You ask them if they got dog meat. You don't eat dog meat. You maybe don't want to just put your hands in their food and eat. You got to ask what's in there because they're known for eating that meat. They like that meat.
They like the exotic delicacy.
Elvis, I've eaten crocodile. You know, I've eaten crocodile. I'm not going to lie to you. I've eaten crocodile meat. You know, my mother used to, my grandfather, everybody. You know, but guess what? After some years, I left. I came back. I forget that. You know, my mother served me a food, but I was looking at it. Whoa, what is this kind of food? You know, because I forget about it. And my wife was sitting with me, and I'm like, whoa. Then I took the something. My wife, what's that? I'm like, I don't know. Then she still said, oh, that looked like a crocodile meat, you know. Because I didn't eat it for some
the
years.
Chinese, most people consider the Chinese to be civilized now. They're doing all the technology and the development, but they eat some of the most egregious things. They eat snake for regular. They eat dog meat. They eat cat meat.
That's why the world always.
I understand why they do it. It's a large population.
The Chinese were discriminated against because of their diet. When they called them unsanitary acts. Study the history of San Francisco. They thought the Chinese were savages because of stuff they used to eat and stuff. You know, even the way the sanitary, the poor sanitation and stuff like that. You know, and they were discriminated against. You know, because they thought the Chinese were filthy. The Japanese thought the Chinese were filthy, you know. So you can't look at you guys worship China now, man. But China was always looked down upon by a lot of people in Asia and the West.
But now they're like the most sought after people.
Yeah, the most advanced, you know, people in terms of technology and infrastructure right now.
Still live subsistence and live off the grid.
It's not about your food. It's about if that's what they used to, just accept it.
I seen a Chinese lady one time in real China. Ate a fucking rat alive, man, Dave.
Yeah, Chinese people eat rats too.
Man.
Vietnamese, all those people eat a lot of weird stuff.
Just picked it up and just bit his head off and ate it. I was like, God damn.
Bit his head off and ate it, Carla, really? I know they can they'll roast the rat or whatever, but I didn't know they eat it raw.
Yeah, they eat it raw too, man. They eat it raw too.
They ate that shit raw. You know, the thing was like it was like a little baby mouse. Whatever that she found, and when she just picked it up and just bit it in half and ate it.
That's crazy.
In Africa, we have all called rats that go under the ground. We use smoke to smoke them out, and our people was eating it. It's a big rat. They call it a big rat that is under the ground.
That's what I said. We can't. Like I said, when you talk about we can't do all.
I want to ask you something. You know, it's just like when I see the kind of food Black Americans also eat way back to today. All this called raccoon and all this kind of food. What do you think they are really? You know, so people sometimes coming out to shame other people just because of their way of life. You can shame people out of their culture. You know, that is the problem I see with America. You know, and that will lead to some kind of this. You know, you try to demonize people or make them subhuman. Then you finish it up. You know, just imagine what America be doing over the world. People doesn't know your culture. They don't even know who you are.
Even African Americans, right? Let's come closer to where we live. They used to eat food that the white man thought was unedible. The guts of the pig, you know, the legs, the foot of the pig. A lot of white people thought those parts of the pig was disposable.
White people ate chitlins too.
And that's what Black people used to eat.
Yeah, some Black people, not everybody.
You know. So
I think we should just realize, because if you check internet now, all kind of places, YouTube and everything, you just see them, you know, some dark people that look like Indians are saying, "Oh, this African." They think, yeah, There's a guy that's on the internet that every time talking
What's
about
up,
Africa.
Dave?
If you look,
So they be
Kala,
cooking
some of all these
raccoon
guys,
soup down south.
Some of all these guys in the internet are making noise about Africans and everything. I would have loved to see, let's test their
Close the
cognitive.
door.
Put a pen and paper on front of them on their table and say,
Now,
write about Africa, to see if they can even write anything about Africa. You understand me? So take this pen and paper, write anything about Africa, you know something about Africa, start writing it, an essay about Africa. Because some of them really, it's a pity that if you look at them well, you think, okay. There's a guy that says Scotland, he taught Scotland, there are black people there. And he seated, oh, Scottish, please don't let these Africans come over. Motherfucker, you just look like African, but you call it on that person African. Why you yourself African yourself? Just because you're born in the United States, your people will be taken down. It's a shame that the white man actually never lie about these black Americans. It's only that black Americans try to create their own history. And they bring, when you have respect for people for far distance, then when you come close, you start to see the way they behave, you start to, what is really the educational system of the United States? What is their real educational system?
Well, like I said,
Never really exists.
The education is one thing. What I'm angry about tonight is the friggin' so-called education, Dave. Did you hear me earlier show when I basically condemned all the so-called black scholars that they completely failed? What do you think about what I said?
Well, what did you say, Kyle? I didn't catch that.
Well, I said the black scholars, the fact that we got an FBA movement here, like somebody who like to smack in the head, that fucking Professor James Smalls. He's somebody that needs to get smacked in the head, How the hell are you gonna let this FBA movement punk you out?
Yeah.
Because he also has a similar mind. Because he also have a similar mind like them. He's also
FBA movement comes from the gutters of Black America, the very gutters.
Calasota, they laugh at us like they laugh at us. You people have oral history. You people have oral history. Oral history we have in Africa is not changing. Is the way our family system, the way we live. You see it, even with oral history, you see everything coming down in your eyes, like, okay, this is the way it is. We don't just wake up tomorrow and say, I'm a so tribe. Did I ever tell you that I'm an Esa man? I'm from Edo State. I'm an Esa man. I can never wake up one day and say I'm a Yoruba man. Or I start claiming something that doesn't belong to me. You see my tradition, you see my dance, you see my food. Even for marrying a woman outside, they will see my culture in me. That's my worldview. That's where I behave. Even when I adopt societies so that I can live a little bit with these people, but I still have to hold on to my own culture. It's okay. You might be mixed. My children is mixed, but they will just tell you, oh, I'm an African. Straight up. I'm not telling you anybody to be African, but why are you bashing people? Africans never ask you to be Africa. They never ask you to belong to them. But we want to separate. We don't want to be with them. These Africans are this.
What it is this. If you listen to the show earlier, I said like this. The black race in America, right? Like I said, it's a race. When white man said the white race, that means you has a start and finish. The white race started with the manifest destiny of the white man. That means from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, we're going to colonize a new world with Europeans and have a white civilization. To do so, they got people that were already in these lands. They were going to friggin' conquer them, the conquistadors, and everything like that. But the thing is that they did one little caveat. They said, something? The Pope, I can't remember what Pope it was, said you cannot enslave the indigenous, take their land and enslave them in their own land, right? You were forbidden by the Catholic Church to enslave indigenous people, native people in these lands. That's why Indians in South America, Central America, and everything were never subject to child slavery. The Catholic Church said, we're going to go to Africa, right? And get black people because they could resist diseases. And also they said that black people do not have souls. So you can enslave them. That's why the black man, it was the only group of people that they put in chains in the West. So the status in the West was the white man was on top. Then you had the mestizos, Indian and white. Then you had Indians, and then you had mulattoes, right? And at the bottom of the cast in America, in the Western Hemisphere, was the people who are pure of African descent. Now, the FBA does not want to acknowledge that, right? Because when they look at it, it's like, damn, man, when I'm looking at history, I'm on the goddamn bottom. Damn, 400, 500 years. And I'm looking at who's running America, the Donald Trumps and the Warren Buffett and whatnot. And I'm looking at these Hispanics coming up or not, they feel like they're superior to me. Now even Africans and black immigrants feel it's superior to me because they can at least say they weren't slave descendants. That's where the FBA comes from.
I got a question for you. Do you think African Americans are superior to Africans? If so, why?
No.
Okay, but in your monologue earlier, you're making the case that if you got to compare yourself to a fucking African,
Okay, no, what
blah
I'm
blah blah
saying,
blah
I'm
blah.
saying,
What do you mean by that?
unfortunately, maybe caveat. I'm glad you asked that. Unfortunately, Elvis, unfortunately, right?
Dave, I think you got to mute. We hearing your niece or whoever in the background.
Check this out. Unfortunately, listen very carefully. Black people in America, right, are victims of America, but we're also beneficiaries of America. The richest group of black people on the planet, right? Trillions of dollars in assets, whatever like that, 99% of the people on the grid, first world people, you have more advantages than any African or immigrant will ever have, So therefore, what I'm saying is, if you don't realize, right, like I said,
are they inherently first world people or by proximity?
No, by proximity, like I said, because of our captivity in a white man's country. We're first world people. Not because we did something great or whatever like that. We just happen to be captive people that rode along the white man's infrastructure, and when we benefit from the white man's system. Not anything.
Fair enough.
So I want to clear it up. But the thing is, though, even with that, why is a black man in America, with all the advantages he has and whatnot, why does he feel threatened by black immigrants? There's something wrong with the black mind.
I think it's plantation politics still being practiced within the black community. It's just like from back in the 1700s, when a new arrival slave from Africa comes on the plantation, the slave master will have to shorten his resources a little bit for the new arrivals to get them on board to the plantation, and then some of the old slaves will get jealous. I think that's just what's going on. The little the white man giving a little crumbs to the
white man knows how to play these games. He knows how to play these games.
Play games and stuff like that. Okay, let me get the black Brits a little bit more jobs than I get the
some Dave. This one guy was like, I'm a Caribbean. I had to tell people I'm Caribbean to deal with white racist people. Once they found out I'm Caribbean, that's the stupidest shit. I got the job when that's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard in my life. And on that, I asked a question in the chat, in the comment section. Then why is it all the friggin' black billionaires, black Americans? Then all the billionaires, all the institutions.
I've never seen a super multi uber rich black immigrant in America since I've been living.
Never have,
Never have.
But they swear they're like this, and they go back and a lot of black Americans believe that shit. Like a girl, Juju.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Like I tried to tell Juju, I had to go to girl Juju, Dave. She didn't even know there was black billionaires in America. Name one black American billionaire. I was like, God damn, that's how bad these people are educated about themselves.
Yeah.
A lot of black Americans don't know, their history. They don't know anything. That's why they feel threatened by immigrants. You
shouldn't, man. I think you know what it is, Kyla. Because let's be honest. We're a little behind the inch ball in America. I think if we was in more position of power, like if the black immigrant was coming and we owned the building and they renting from us, you know, I think we'll feel a little bit better. I don't know why. You already got a head start. You're in America. You're an American. You got the blue passport.
Right.
You already got the head start. I don't know why these guys feel like it. They got more. You got more visa rights than the African that just came here because you got the blue book. I don't know.
Yeah, bottom line is a lot of black people in America don't want to apply themselves or whatever like that.
It's just plantation politics, just like on a plantation. And that master said, "Oh, I got my old robe. Let me give it to the new arrivals."
Well, that's why basically I'm in my business I'm in right now. That I know nobody's going to be able to touch me, whatever like that. So I'm not. Maybe I'm being selfish. I don't feel threatened by black immigrants at all. You
shouldn't. I don't.
I mean, in my business, I can't see any black immigrant building what we built. Me and my brothers and sisters built. I can't see that. That's like 20-something years of many generations. The connections we have in the state of Virginia. Old black money and whatnot, and old black connections and whatnot. Just it takes. You know how long it takes to build a business and a base in America? It takes generations. Black America's already got a head start, particularly in the South, where you got black families that own a lot of. Here in Virginia, you got a lot of black families who own a lot of land and property here.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you see a Walmart. A lot of people don't know this, right? You see a hospital, Walmart. And you see how these black people got so much money. The freaking Walmart is being leased on land owned by some black folks, As people don't even know that in the South, a trucking stop, whatever like that. Black people, black people in the South, some black people in the South got money, real money. But the black people who feel like they're left behind, whatever like that, those are the ones you could tell the FBA.
And also too, Colin, let's just be real. A lot of the FBAs are unaccomplished people. Let's just be
unaccomplished people, uneducated. They're not accomplished. They sound like they come from broken families. They sound like they come from broken families and don't have family business. So you could tell. You could tell. You tell.
You can really tell. These guys are, they're hopeless. They're on the edges of life. They're on the fringes.
And you know how you can tell, Dave. I don't mean to be funny, and I want somebody hate me for saying this, right? They're always with this we shit, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this we? We gotta come together. What the fuck is this we shit?
No, the reason why they're saying the reason why they're saying that because they're lonely and they're misery.
And they want us to be we.
Yeah,
I'm like,
they
no,
want us
they
to
ain't
be a
no
part of
damn
some of their misery.
Get the fuck out of here. It's we shit, man. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. But when they get money, it's I, I got this. I'm stunting and whatnot, But when they're out, down and out, whatnot, we gotta come together and we gotta have black economics or whatnot. We gotta do this or that. This is we shit, nigga. And that's what it is. And then when they see black immigrants, they for the most part, I like the economics. But immigrants always do that. They come together, have their little lotteries and stuff like that. That's how they survive, man. What are you getting jealous of them for? They're putting their nickels and dimes together and whatnot, and they help each other out and whatnot, and that's what immigrants do, man.
I was listening to Dinah's channel the other day. Some guy was complaining, he was pocket watching the black immigrants. They're sending money back home. I said, so somebody works for their money.
They can send it whatever the
Uber driver. Some of my guys, they're working as Uber drivers and Uber Eats. They're sending a little money back home. And I'm gonna be mad at them, like
Uber. Be honest with you, man. Uber.
Some of those guys are making money.
Dave, Uber is hard work.
Yeah, but the guy, it's by any means necessary, Kyla. That's how they look at it.
And these immigrants are taking that, man. They're taking those jobs, Uber Eats and whatnot, shit that you just think you're too good to do and whatnot, and they're sending money back home where it's good use for, One thing I would tell a lot of Africans and whatnot, stop investing in these properties in Africa. Build a business over there, right? Because what happens is people, unless you're planning on living on the continent, living there, people spend like 10 years trying to. I know a couple of my boys, They done been building their house for like 10 years, Dave, in Liberia, 10 years, tens of thousands of dollars and whatnot. Oh, but my dream house, but all that money, man, you could have been invested in something. You could have built a factory,
Yeah.
So I gotta tell people all the time, man, it ain't worth it,
Nah, Tyler, it doesn't work like that because
I'm coming
to
in.
start a factory, you need that money up front. Most people can build their houses
Hold on. If you got
piecemeal,
$30,000,
little by little.
if Elvis, if you got $30,000, there's a lot of shit I know you can do right now in Liberia, right? You could buy a bulldozer. If you bought a bulldozer in Liberia, you can get rich.
Okay.
Because everybody, Lebanese, everybody needs some. They have on these properties, they got to build roads. It's hard building roads if you don't have a bulldozer, right? You have a bulldozer and a paving equipment, Dave. Paving or cement like this where you could pave, you can get rich in Liberia. Those two things, a bulldozer and one of those paving things that flattens, the thing, the mixer and stuff like that, you can get rich. And you can get all that right there and a tractor or something like that for all the money you spent $30,000 on a stupid ass house. You could have had that and been rich. I seen Dave, this one place, I don't know if you ever seen it, right? There's a nice hotel right there in Congo.
Where?
In one part of the hotel is a bunch of shops. You could tell it was built back in the 70s. A bunch of shops, right? You got Bangladeshi motherfuckers, right? Where the fuck are the Bangladesh Chinese motherfuckers living in the shop? One guy has a borehole, right? You see that borehole that be out there in Congo Town, that borehole that be sitting out there?
Yeah.
The guy's in there. He has a shop right there. And other people got machine shops when they live inside the machine shop when I got a little bed in there and everything. But yet they be doing all kinds of business, getting all kinds of contracts and everything like that. Welding and everything like that. And I'm saying, instead of Liberians building houses and whatnot, they should be doing shit like this. These guys are making real money. These are foreigners. These are people that were born
coming up,
peacekeepers.
Taking all the risks.
These are guys that were peacekeepers and shit, And I'm like, damn, look at all these Chinamen, Indians, and Bangladeshis, dark and Bangladeshi motherfuckers, living in these little shops. And they have the one part of the place they split up like a studio, and the front part is where they work. They be doing textiles and shit like that. I'm like, damn, man, they got the equipment in. I'm like, damn. I said, that's some bad shit, man. If I didn't know better, I could do that shit my damn self, man. Ain't no shame in my game, I live, what I'm saying? The guy had the place set up like a little studio in there, in his shop, whatnot. But I'm like, man, so
they got it set up, Carlo.
Yeah. We're trying to give people some advice.
They dedicate. One thing I could say about them, they always dedicated too, because when they come there, they just move everything. They just set up shop.
It's always foreigners that do better in somebody else's country,
Mm-hmm.
Like the Lebanese and these Indians and Bangladeshi, they're doing good in Liberia. Foreigners always do good when they come to another country because they see the opportunity. Just like foreigners will do good when they come to America because they probably see things that we don't see.
Yeah.
So I don't know why these FBA people get mad at the foreigners and whatnot. It is what it is. But the advantage you have is you are comfortably on the grid.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about ICE. You don't have to worry about fucking things like healthcare, and stuff like that. Instead of being grateful for what you got, you just angry. I mean, these motherfuckers. You see, I don't even like TikTok no more, man. Is it just TikTok, man? Because that's all I see it at.
Push it through the algorithm too, man. They want us to body. You heard what happened with the European Union. They don't want the Africans and the Caribbeans to get visa freeze because they're finding out the rich Africans, they could do the tax loopholes to the Caribbean.
Yeah, it means that if you got Africans coming with money, there's a lot of Africans with money, and they're coming to the Western Hemisphere. That's really dangerous, because you're in proximity to the United States.
Well, how is dangerous, Kyle?
It's dangerous for white America.
Oh, unification. It's dangerous. Yeah, you know, so we know this is orchestrated, Colin. A lot of this stuff is social engineering.
It is. Let me read Kunguru's thing. His FBA's major talking point is that black immigrants undermine black America, but they never explain how, Look, this is what it is. Black America have been on this, I think, this thing where our whole thing was a grievance. We have a grievance with America, slavery, reparations, stuff like that. And so therefore, white people have been dealing with us as like a grievance people, whatever like that. We never solve problems, we never solve problems. It's always, we need this, we need that, whatever like that, right? As a major talk about other people, right? When you talk to them, they're building things. They engage the Asian community through a position of business, strength, power, diplomacy, and stuff like that. Black America, the people who speak for us, they seem like they're always begging, Booker T. Washington said that before. He says, there's a class of black men that all they do is go to white people, put our problems in front of white people, act like they're going to do something about it, and they become the spokesman, and white people use these people. And it looks like the fact that there's black people sitting around waiting for white people to do something for them. That's not the case. Yes. We've never had a real political movement among black America dealing with the mainstream of America. We never did. So therefore, what happens is the immigrants come over here with a plan. They're saying, oh, we know you guys want our vote in the UN. This is what we do. Oh, we know that you guys want to drill oil off our coast. Oh, this is what we can do. We know that y'all concerned about the Muslim jihad. This is what we can do. Black America has nothing to trade. Nothing to trade, because our whole position has been like, white people give me something, where Africans have something. They have a country, Yeah, okay, we see that you guys want to sell us your auto parts. You guys want to sell us your goods, and we want to purchase these things from you and whatnot. We could do that. But the black American has nothing to trade, because we don't have a nation state to back us up. So that's why these black Americans they're so angry at the African immigrants. They're coming over here making deals, and they're not undermining us. Is that we don't have our plan is not realistic. White people are never going to come up, Dave, and say, something, we were wrong. Here's your reparations check. That's never going to happen. When Africans come over here and say, no, we're going for the opportunity. We don't need reparations. We're not. We get mad. Oh man, they're gonna try to. No, it's just the fact that they're coming over here under a different thing. Oh, here comes American freedmen. Exactly what I'm talking about. Without a doubt, here they come. Here they come, American freedmen. Shut the damn up. All these guys do is beg the white. We need to give us our reparations. Gives us our reparations and whatnot. It is not what it just. You got people out here thinking they're gonna get a reparations check. American freedmen, you're not gonna get a reparations check. I would suggest you get a job.
It's not coming. That's not coming.
That ain't coming, man. And they always say, "Well, Colin, when it comes, can I have yours?" Yeah, I said y'all can have.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Trump administration put a ban on reparations. Anybody, you can't ask for reparations. It's barred from law. What y'all gonna do?
Yeah. They gotta do a damn thing, There's look, the bottom line is this: you will never get no reparations check because the government don't even feel like it did anything wrong. They feel that the fact that they freed you from your natural, this is what they're saying, your natural state as a black man.
Most black people don't know white people feel that, oh, you're blessed. You're in America. You're not in Africa.
That's the way they see it. They say we did you a favor by bringing you here,
Putting out, they think they did us a favor putting our ancestors in slavery.
They're saying, look what y'all at right now. And then, you know something? When they say, look, you're the only black people on the grid, you got the highest standard of living, you're like that. What can you say?
Yeah.
So they're like this. Instead of complaining, the white people are like, y'all should be saying thank you. You know? That's the way they think, you know?
Yeah. That's how they think. But you know, you can't tell the FBA that. They're gonna say you lying, you trying to, you know what I mean? You can't tell them that. They're gonna feel bad.
Now the FBA movement, Dave, is basically doubling down on their Aboriginal. And how the fuck are you now Aboriginal? You black ass African motherfucker, you know? The average black American is like 80% African, you know? 80%, you know? 80%. It's not like the Brazilians, right? When they say black Afro-Brazilians, you know a lot of those Afro-Brazilians is no more than like 35% black. You know that, right? Black America is the largest black African population outside of Africa. It ain't Brazil.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because most of those people that call black Brazilians are not no more than like 25 to 30% black. Black America has the most black DNA. The largest number of black people in the Western Hemisphere is Black America. We're the only black nation, really, large black nation. So you cannot escape your roots or whatnot. You're black African. That's why they call you African American. You are an African American. You know, live with it. You're not a foundational black American, Mr. Friedman. You are an African American. I condemn you, Mr. Friedman, to a term that you're going to live with. You know? I hope it haunts you. You are African American, Mr. Friedman. African American. African American. Dave said it.
You're African American, bro. I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry, bro. You're African.
The DNA came back.
You know, ain't no escape from this shit, man. Ain't no getting out. Once you're in, you're in. Ain't no getting out. You are African American, Mr. American Friedman. You're not American. And I'm basically like this. You're African American Friedman. So that's where we're at right now. You know, that's where we're at right now. And like I said, there's things we could do in America, right? You know, we could basically, I think if black America start loving themselves, right? But whatever happened to the Buy Black movement, Dave?
I don't know, man. Everybody, I don't know, man.
Ever since the FBA movement came on, everybody just Tariq Nasheed out and whatnot. We just focus on hating immigrants, you know? Nobody's building shit. Nobody's connecting nothing. Nobody's doing nothing, right? And we got, do you know black American assets? You know how much assets black people hold in retirement, home equity, and stuff like that? It's something like $15 trillion,
right?
Huh?
You said about $1 trillion, right?
No, 15 trillion. That's if you add all the equity, home equity black people have, mortgages, bank accounts, retirement savings, like your 401ks and whatnot. If you add all those things up in black America, you're looking at like $15 trillion. Now, I said this, more and more Americans are living overseas when they retire because it's so expensive here. You would think African countries are like, man, how do we get in on these black Americans that got all these retirement money? You know who's benefiting from this? Countries like Portugal, Thailand, you know? They got that black American dollar circulating into Thailand and whatnot. The Africans haven't figured, damn, we just built infrastructure on the grid and you get a lot of black Americans will definitely live in Africa, right? But we can't live off the grid, man, Dave. I can't.
I can't live off the grid, man. Can't do it.
Man, I can't do it, man. I tried. Lord knows I tried, man. You know, I got to have running water. I got to have access to a hospital. I got to have telecommunications at all times. I got to have electricity. I can't, even though when I go to Liberia, I love Liberia, man, but, you know, every once in a while, you got to go 6 hours without electricity. You know that shit, you know? You learn to deal with it.
It's a headache. We need 24-hour electricity.
Is that too much to ask for, Dave?
It's not a lot to ask for. That only takes a couple power plants.
I know, man. God damn, man. 24 hours, constant electricity. Now, remember, you ever see it when LEC comes on? Everybody's like, LEC.
Yeah. Everybody starts celebrating.
LECs. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, man. LEC.
But it's shameful. From Mount Ellen, George Weah, nobody can get that right. And these are people
Well,
that
the
live
thing
in,
is,
these are
when the
people that
dry
live
season,
these are
they
people
say the
that
dry
lived in
season.
first world countries most of their lives. I don't understand them.
Yeah, when you come back to
Lieutenant.
Liberia, you should be like, we know what a first world country lives like, or not, we like this. They say the dry season because the water levels are low, but I don't know, man.
They need
why we got
another
one?
power source. I've been telling them they need other power sources.
They need a fucking nuclear power plant. And
I've
you know
been
what it worked
calling
too?
for that for 15 years.
Hold up. I tried with Christopher Jackson to introduce what they do with Hyundai plant guy, where they burn trash and make ethanol, right? The trash, and then liquefy it, right? And they use that for fuel to make electricity. But these fucking people in Liberia, man, they're like, I don't know, man. Imagine that you got plenty of trash, right?
Yeah,
plenty of trash. You're not gonna ever run out of trash, right?
Mm-hmm. Never
You burn the trash, and you got plenty of electricity. Well, we'll see if they actually build a nuclear power plant. Everybody keeps saying they're building. Didn't Rwanda say it was building a nuclear power plant? Whatever happened with that? That was like 5 years ago. Rwanda said it was building a nuclear power plant. I never heard nothing about it since then. We go with but yeah, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, college Genesis. Me, all I want is national. I want infrastructure. That's all I've been crying for.
Black African infrastructure.
Yes.
Emil says that. Emil says that which got attracted to the BAIO because he said, look, you could build anything because all the plans you want, but if you're not talking about infrastructure, and the BAIO, we recruited scientists and everything. All the people say, yes, we can free ourselves if we built our own infrastructure. We had scientists, civil engineers say, yeah, we could do this. All we need is fucking land. Imagine if the last generation had been working on getting land for us, and we already had land set aside in all these different countries. What we started with the BAO with nothing. These Negroes didn't do nothing for us. Khalid Muhammad didn't do nothing for us. Farrakhan didn't do nothing. I thought we had land in Africa. I thought we had these connections. These Africans like, well, we didn't know y'all wanted to come here and build. Yeah, man, that's what we thought it was about, We're ready to bring our scientists, our STEM people over and build this on the grid, build this new grid, on the grid system, and extend ourselves in Africa and whatnot, But we didn't have anything built before us, man. Now we're starting from scratch, At least family gets to claim your body in the U.S. So, like I said, I think we take for granted how educated we are here. I mean, this chat, we probably have some HVAC. Yeah, we have a lot of skills here, but we're not organized. Black America has a lot of skills. We're not in education, but we're not organized. Nobody's organized us for a point that we can build shit. We should be building communities all over the damn world. So what do you think about NBA YoungBoy going to Korea, Dave?
Korea for what? What are you going there for?
He says he's done with America.
Man.
He says I'm staying in South Korea. I'm never coming back.
I mean, he got the money, like, so he
why
could
is
take
he going to Africa when not? Well, South Korea is a developed country, you know.
It's developed. This guy, South Korea has.
It's on the grid, man. You know.
On the grid, you know. On the grid.
So you can't get away from that infrastructure, man. You know.
No, he could drive his $200,000 car in Korea. Nobody's gonna bother. Good road.
You don't have to worry about fucking subsistence living and shit like that. You know. You know. You can go see a doctor. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, like I said, man,
the African man has not learned from colonialism. I don't think he learned.
Yeah. You know, imagine having railways. Railways and highways is not a luxury. It should be a staple, you know. Think about New York City, right? Think about
imagine getting on a bullet train from Liberia to some maybe South Africa.
Man, look, I would like to say a bullet train from goddamn Grand Cape to fucking Maryland, you know? So let's start with that first.
Yeah.
I dreamed about that, Dave. I dreamed that we built the fucking.
I dreamed about that too growing up. College Genesis. They told us we was going. Everything we learned is to build new Liberia.
But the bottom line is the thing is, what you have is a bunch of Elvises in the way. Tell them, oh, it can't be done. You know, it can't be done. The rural areas, whatnot. You know, man, all that backward ass, country ass nigga thinking. You know,
Liberia is developed in many ways. You see, the problem is, you know, a lot of the counties have capital cities, and those capital cities are developed.
Yeah, every city in
have
Liberia,
micro cities. Well, yeah, it's a lot of places. I've heard. I've heard this.
Doesn't understand that.
Listen, I heard this, and I was surprised. A Sierra Leonean and a guy from Sierra Leone, when I used to live in Liberia, and a guy from Guinea told me that Liberia is more developed than those places.
It is
because yeah, you know, they said they was colonized, we wasn't colonized, and I was surprised. They started naming places.
Now that every last single county in Liberia had a water tower, pipe on water tower. You know, that was in the 70s.
So those things, I just, you know, I know it hasn't been maintained over the years because of the war, and it had not been.
But if those towers are still there, they could be rehabbed. You know,
yeah, they could be, but nobody's working on. Nobody cares.
Yeah, these motherfuckers, all they want to do is get in office like the Yekapa. No, what's his name?
Oh, I saw videos of Yeka. He's in the bush. He's enjoying his fufu and soup and relax. He's right.
Yo, this motherfucker right there. What the president ought to do is arrest this motherfucker. The military ought to arrest him for treason.
That's too much.
No, if you look,
he's already been expelled. He's already been expelled.
Yeah, but if you're basically saying, look, if you're going out and saying that you're gonna the day after the election, you're gonna arrest Boca yourself for that because he's a criminal, you make a threatening accusation like that, you want to be arrested. You know, that's just not freedom of speech. That's sedition.
Yeah, that's a threat. That's a threat to the state. I understand, Carl.
That's basically that's a contempt of state. You know. Something like that should be arrested.
And I'm hearing Weir's coming back. They're saying George Weir's coming back.
And some people, even George Weir, people saying, please, Weir. He said, all we did was party. They said all we did was party and had a good time for 6 years. They didn't do anything. And now you know what they're trying to say? All the development, the overpass and all that. They said, who started it? Weir. They're trying to go run with the Weir. All the stuff you see right now in Liberia was Weir's projects. That's not true. Liars. All these motherfuckers want to do is get in power so they can live the good life. That's all.
They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to do nothing. They don't care about.
They don't care about the country. If the people are that stupid, that's why you know Kyle Fambula. You know Kyle, right?
Nah.
Great African sister, Kyle Fambula. You know she was on Dynasty Show not too long ago.
Her. Yeah, I know this Elvis is scared of her.
She don't like Elvis. She don't like Elvis at all. She don't like Elvis at all. Anyway, basically, she said, this state is too important everybody should. She goes. She just said, really, I'm on record saying not everybody should be in the political process or be able to vote. She said that, and I agree. You know, I agree. I think you should pass a basic literacy test.
I agree with 100%. This is mad. Where we at right now? We're on a crash course collision course for madness in Liberia. It's already been going on. We need an electoral college system. We need so we can vote over here. Yeah, a literacy test, like you said. What else you said,
and the
Carla?
poll tax.
Yeah. We need all of that. I even want to go extend it farther to an electoral college system over here. Yeah.
Yeah, electronic voting over here.
Yeah.
So my whole thing is, if these people are stupid enough, what I would think is the military, or if somehow, God forbid, some way, you know what's pissing me off? Why is Cummings coming back to try to run? All he's going to do is only reason why the last election was close is because Cummings was in the race.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't Cummings think more about Liberia? Like, look, we need to get behind. And also, somebody said Cummings was thinking about becoming George Weah's vice president.
He's thinking about that. He's thinking about
I don't, man, I swear to God, man, don't let me ever go to Liberia and see this guy. I punch him right in the mouth. Cummings, man, I had liked Cummings, right? But I see now he's just a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
He don't care about Liberia. All they care about themselves. Is that sad?
Yeah.
There's no men of honor in the country.
Those, I'll be honest, Carla. I feel like those men of honor died on that pole, man.
Yeah, all the men of honor died, man. All the men of honor,
Guys,
all the honorable men died. Now people call them honorable, and they're not honorable at all.
That's how I feel, Carla. I feel
like, man, I travel, Dave. I travel the world, stuff like that. I find all kinds of men. I find slick talkers. I find hustlers, grifters, when I can't find an honorable man. Just give me one honorable man. Let me see. Give me somebody to believe in, Dave. We need honorable men. That's why I said, man, me personally, man, I don't want to hear nothing nobody got to say. Until I hear an honorable, don't tell me about your Ubuntu. Don't tell me about all your bullshit. I want to see men of honor. When we have men of honor, we can get anything done. All those are Pan-Africans, all that stuff means nothing if we do not have fucking the DK said the American Liberians are power thirsty. He doesn't understand the country. They were not power thirsty.
They say that.
Hey, they formed the government. The written government.
But DK don't like the American Liberians. So I don't like to argue with people. He's just biased. He doesn't give a rat's ass about it.
So the bottom line, the men who actually framed the country, crafted the country, and basically got it recognized and secured its sovereignty and whatnot. They were supposed to hand it over to fucking people.
No. They're never supposed to do that.
They're supposed to hand it over to people who couldn't read and write, who was still fucking hunting each other and whatnot in the bush. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right.
And a lot of the times people try to go into these villages.
And they rejected that. They want nothing to do with modern education, nothing.
They rejected it, bro.
They rejected to educate their kids. They rejected all that,
So a lot of these problems could have been solved hundreds of years ago if people would just,
So DK, I guess people, the most educated, look, the Liberians were the most educated black men in the world. You had Drayden, you had Edward Wilmot Blyden, you had E.J. Roy. These were some of the most educated men in the fucking world settled on the coast of Liberia. So they're supposed to, after they found the government, right, they got recognition, right? They had a thriving colony, making money and everything like that. They had a navy, they had army, everything like that. And bottom line is they're supposed to just say, something? Let's just hand this over to people can't read, can't write, and in constant warfare. Okay, yeah. We're supposed to put their lives in danger just because they do the right thing. Give the native people power. Get the fuck out of here. No, look, DK. If the American Liberians, what he doesn't understand is this, Dave. Every last single native people signed a treaty. It's either go with the American Liberians or go with the British or the French. Who do you think they want to be with? DK don't even know our Liberian history. The Grebo signed the treaty. The Vi people signed the treaty, which gave us the Galenas, the Mono people, the Gio people, all those people said we want to be part of Liberia. Because the French was so brutal, the British was so brutal that they said they want to recognize Monrovia as a sovereign because Monrovia was a sovereign.
Part collar.
African American brother.
You don't want to hear that part collar, so
Every last single Liberian native people signed a treaty. And every year they would show up, the paramount chief would show up and they were on the government salary, right? And they were paid by the government. They were taken care of, right? And they spread their allegiance to the government. The paramount chiefs also helped administer the different counties in the rural areas. So when people don't know anything about this stuff like this, you act like they didn't have a choice. The native Liberians, the native Liberians could have. It was like this. This is the age of imperialism. The British had colonized, the European Berlin Conference had colonized Africa. If you didn't want your territory carved up by the Portuguese, the French, the thing is you had to align yourself with Liberia. And a lot of them chose. You know something Great Africa tells you? He said he has half his family that's on the Guinea side of the border, half in Liberia. He said, people from the Guinea side of the border, they be sneaking into Liberia.
Okay. Here's a prime example. College Genesis. Right now, in West Africa, there's turmoil with visas coming to America, right? Right, Kala? They banned a lot of countries. They're putting bonds on a lot of countries. But what country they didn't put all these restrictions on?
Liberia.
So right now, Liberia, everybody want to you're going to see an uptake of immigration in Liberia.
Check this out.
You're going to see an uptake of people wanting to acquire Liberian passports to try to get to America.
Yeah, he goes forced integration. There's no force. They had no damn choice, If the bottom line is the French, something on the French side of the border, they were so brutal, they had a head tax, not a hut tax. They had a head tax.
Let's be real. If the American Liberians was white, DK won't have all of this smoke.
That's what I'm saying. The bottom line is black. This is what it is.
Because they're black people.
They don't think any black person ought to rule over them, They don't think any black people have a superior culture or the ruler. The American Liberian culture was definitely superior. The American Liberian culture was superior to Black American culture at the time. You know that? They were the pinnacle of black civilization at the time.
All this small. It was white. It wouldn't said half of that stuff about.
It'd be like the South Africans, white South Africans.
If it was white, if the America was white, the native people were like, yeah, man, they treated us better than the other white folks. So come on, man. Liberian history happened. Well, what are we gonna do about it to make it better? That's all.
You can't go back in history. Some people are mad that a black group of people was able to build a country. That's the whole thing. The racists made the world hate a country that was conceived and built by black people or not. From America. And they basically, notice how the hatred you have for black people got for Black America. They basically view American Liberians as the same thing. There's something about our culture that people fucking hate us so much, right? We're the most influential black culture in the world. People are jealous of that. That's all it is.
African American culture, man.
African American, Liberia was definitely, when you go there. I hate to tell you this, right? When I'm driving, the last time I was there, I was driving on Jamaica Road or whatever that road was, Japan Highway, whatever, Japan Highway. It's clear to me that those highways link all the settlements together, right? It's clear to me that Liberia, when you look at the people going to church and whatnot, that's clearly a transplant of African American culture. Liberia is nothing but an African American culture planted in Africa. You know, that's all it is. It's an extension of Black America.
Yeah, I agree.
An extension of Black America, and the native people of Liberia are they might as well just call them Black Americans, because it's the same culture, man. And when you talk to Liberians, it's like talking to, it's not like talking to other Africans. Like it's like you're talking to one of us,
Yeah, I agree on that. You know, everything that's going on in America.
I know. You can't tell Liberians nothing. They know all stuff like that. They know about Lil Wayne. You can't tell. You motherfuckers be knowing about everything. The music they listen to, they love that drill music. I'm like, man, come on with that shit.
That's it, man. So,
America, Liberia, we're not doomed. The problem is the fact of the matter is, the American Liberians did one stupid thing. They did not think it was necessary to become the majority. Had that one thing happened, Dave, Liberian history would have turned out differently.
It'll be our Israel in America.
They didn't do it.
Black America be like the Jews, like in America.
I'm looking at all the scenarios because there were many attempts. How come we could not do that though? But then again,
I'm serious, Colin. The same
World War I and World War II, the Germans cut off the shipping from the Atlantic. So after World War II, Black people started talking about integration into America, but that slowed down the number of Black people going to Liberia. No, it wasn't the UNIA. It's the fact of the matter is, Liberia didn't have the means to bring Black people from America to Liberia. We didn't have the capital system, right? We didn't have Wall Street banks and stuff like that. There wasn't banks loaning people money to do agriculture like in America. People had lines of credit. They had the Homestead Act and whatnot. We didn't have that in Liberia. It was just a really bad situation. They did the best they could. No, they didn't fear Garvey. What they feared was, to be honest with you, they feared the fact that if Garvey would have came there, the British would have invaded them. Dave, does he know that?
Threatening to invade if Garvey came. They
threatened to invade the country if Garvey came there. So C.B. King said no. They threatened to invade them. So it is what it is. We can't change history, though. We just got to learn from it. But one thing we're not going to do is, at this point in time in the history, let people like Elvis tell us, like you said, oh, the rural area. Look, did I show them rural Maserati? That's rural. And you see how paved the roads are and everything. Well, this is by one county. Look, you could drive all the way to Nimba County, Dave. Have you driven up to Nimba? All paved road.
Nimba's nice. It's developed over there. They
got highways up there, over flyovers and everything up there in Nimba. It looks like upstate New York. Elvis hasn't been to Liberia with that, so he don't know what the hell he's talking about. He's like, oh, this looks developed to you, Colin? I said, look, okay, it's a road. I drive the Iowa and I'm going to see this. Yeah, that's the United States. Where do people get off of hating their own country, Dave?
Like I said, Kyle, I think it's from, you got to understand, even me, sometimes I'm reluctant to call myself Liberian. To be a Liberian, it's a high standard, man. You got to look at what those guys did back in the day, man. Those guys was mavericks. Can I live up to that, Kyle Genesis?
Yeah, these guys
You understand me?
against all the
It's a lot of responsibility.
Everything.
It's a lot of responsibility to be
You know how hard that is? That's the only time in history where people landed on a piece of land and built a republic from the scratch, you know?
Like I feel it's a lot of responsibility to call myself a Liberian. I'm responsible for a lot.
I love the country so much.
Yeah, like I'm not responsible just for Liberia, but a lot of other Africans too looking up to me. And I feel like I'm failed, I will feel like I'm failed in Liberia and then I'm failed in Africa. You understand?
Yeah, Liberia is our story in Africa. Liberia is Black America's story in Africa, you know? And I don't want people tainting that we went over there and slaved the natives, all this kind of stupid shit they've been saying for years or whatnot, you know? It's a beautiful story when you look at it, you know? So our story in Africa stands. Liberia is our story in Africa.
But that too, Kyle, is propaganda, to make, to divide people up, saying, oh, people selling,
people say one thing they use against us is, oh, they're gonna do another Liberia and all this kind of stupid shit, ignorant people, you know?
No. Well, that's all it is. It's just to divide people up. That's all.
Try to get DK on board. See Kacha coming here with his nonsense. We stopped that motherfucker. He said like this. I said, dude. So in other words, you're telling me if I go down to Liberia, 60% of the women I'm looking at were raped.
That was a nut number, bro. That was a crazy number. You're saying that Fernando Post situation. They always like to bring that up, college editors.
Yo, the Fernando Post. That's why I said people don't even know. Since I got time, Dave, let me break down the Fernando Post situation.
Please explain that to me, man.
I've said that so many times, right?
Please.
The Fernando Po, right, is an island off in the Equatorial Guinea, right? That was controlled by the Spanish, right? The crew people were migrating there as laborers for over 100 years before the American Liberians even set foot in Liberia. The Spanish were using crew labor in Equatorial Africa, you know? What happened was in the 1930s, right? The British wanted to break this monopoly on crew labor because they needed crew labor for their stuff. And I think the British took over Fernando Po, the area right there from the Spanish. And the British did not have the same sort of connections that the Spanish had. So they came there to the Liberian coast and started negotiating for head counts to go work on the islands, right? Not just that there, but several other British properties in the region. The British originally said we're going to settle there as a base to fight against the slave trade, right? But they began growing cocoa there towards the 20th century, early 20th century. The British British agents went to the crew coast with the agents from Sierra Leone crew people and educated crew people, met with the chiefs in and on the crew coast, and they basically was charging they was paying the crew chiefs a head count of all the labor that was that signed and went on the ship, Shanghai on a ship that went to Fernando Po. What happened was the governor of Liberia didn't like the activities of the British on the coast because it was bringing destabilization. So the governor of Liberia began to put tax on this labor that was being exported. The British wrote it up as the Liberians are friggin' making money off of slavery. No, it was the British that were recruiting the labor, not Liberians. All the Liberians, there was taxed the labor as a means of slowing it down. And some Liberian government officials were corrupt. They took extra money, of course. But they make it seem like the Fernando Po situation. And then the Christie report was this. There was a guy named Christie that went there to investigate the claims of slavery, right, by the League of Nations. He went there, if you read this, DK, and he concluded that slavery did not exist in Liberia, but he said he was concerned about the condition of some of the crew laborers and the general condition of Liberian laborers. They need to do a little better. That was his conclusion. Now, on that coastline, when the Christie never went to the coastline where it happened, he only stayed in Monrovia. So even though there was these white men that was in Monrovia, news got back to the crew coast that the white man was in charge of Monrovia, and they were coming to take the American Liberians back to America, right? That's what it was interpreted as. So the crew chiefs started rebelling against the Monrovia government, right? And that's when the government of Monrovia went there and put them down. And a couple of years later, they hung crew chiefs, That's what happened. But there was never anything with the Liberian government and which we'll call it. There was not forced labor. People went to put their name on these books, and also DK labor contracting. If you ever study history, was going on all over the world. They were taking people from Africa, bringing them to Guyana. They were taking people from India, bringing them to Tanzania and Kenya. The British had a whole monopoly on forced labor, what's it called, Shanghai and whatnot, not forced labor, but coerced labor. So therefore, on the coast of Africa, it was no different. So if you want to talk about who was doing this, it was the Europeans that were involved in the labor. Liberia did not have large plantations. They were not growing the cocoa and stuff like that. So how could they talk about forced labor? It was the crew chiefs along with the British that were basically abusing Liberian youth and bringing them to Fernando Po. Does that tell it to you, DK? See what happens, Dave, when people don't know the fucking whole story?
Was the labor forced or not? That's what he's asking. Was the labor forced?
Well, yeah, well, I don't know. You asked the British, The European, it was a European slave labor thing. Do you know over in some part of Fiji Islands, the British invited some Fiji people onto the boat, right? And then they sailed off, and put them in a thing and then forced them to work. That's called Shanghai. You Shanghai somebody, You put them on a boat or not and sail them someplace else, and they're stuck, that's called Shanghai, The Liberian government was trying to stop this and whatnot, No, they didn't have a hand in it. What benefit did they have? They were taxing the British headcount. That's all they were doing, taxing the British headcount. The British were involved with the friggin' slave trade. It wasn't slavery; it was forced labor, coerced labor. There's a difference between slavery and coerced labor. When people realize that. No, that's not the truth.
He said the president and the vice president resigned after this Fernando.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
But then what happened, Kyla? He's saying they resigned.
What you call it? That was C.B. King when he basically said this was a bad situation, whatever, but it wasn't over the Fernando Po situation because the Christie report had cleared the Liberian government. Does the DK know what the Christie report was?
I'm not familiar with the Christie report.
The Christie report is an official report of what happened in Fernando Po. The book you ought to get is this. The one book you ought to get before you talk about Liberia is a book that was published in 1947, I believe. It's a man named R. Earl Anderson. That's the best book on Liberia, called Liberia, America's Africa Friend. That book breaks down the whole Fernando Po situation. How the British basically were trying to use Fernando Po to colonize Liberia. They went there and they basically tried to colonize Liberia, saying Liberia was an unstable country, it was abusing people. And come to find out, it was the British that were using labor, and nobody ever said anything about the Spanish, the French, and all those other people that were using crew labor for their plantations in the Ivory Coast and other places like that, and even crew labor in palm oil farms in Nigeria. The British want to monopolize crew labor. That's what you ought to look at. It was a British. So what you got to do is get that book, R. Earl Anderson, Liberia's America's Africa Friend, right? That breaks down the whole Fernando Po situation. So it is what it is, And the people like the crew people were, the crew people, they were migrating across the Atlantic, on British ships. You'll find the crew people in Panama. You find crew people in Colombia. You find them in Suriname, Guyana, all these other places like that. The crew people. You'll find crew people in South Africa. You even find crew people in the British Isles. The crew people were known as seafaring people. And they were on the British ships for hundreds of years. I can't tell DK that, but he doesn't know that. He thinks, Liberian government, the crew people were migrating out of Liberia for hundreds of years.
He said you should just admit they messed up, Colin. Just admit, man. These guys. That's what saying.
If anybody's gonna mess the thing up, what about the United States? I never heard DK talk about America messed up. You always talk about Liberia. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
So, government is not easy. Like I said, when you deal with a country, I don't know how that would have worked out back then for me if I was in that situation. The government was broke, whatnot. They had Firestone beaten down and whatnot, and all stuff like this. People in the country was starving and whatnot, So I don't know, the fact that Liberia even survived as a fucking nation, isn't that amazing?
All these years.
Yeah, even during that time period, Liberia was literally starving. So I ain't gonna disparage nothing. If somebody could basically look at the British, all the shit they did, British mercantile trade, how they made themselves rich and whatnot, they lived in opulence and whatnot. And don't tell me about what little mistakes our fucking forefathers did in Liberia. So I don't want to fucking hear it. You got a white man that built the fucking world on people's blood and whatnot, One thing we didn't do, we didn't build no fucking country on nobody else's blood. Were things, not perfect? Yeah. Was there conflict? Of course. But nothing we got. What was this alternative, Dave? We just come back to America and just go through Jim Crow?
Jim Crow, right? That's what DK wanted, and let Liberia get colonized.
Yeah, let Liberia get colonized.
So DK, would you have preferred Liberia be colonized by the French or British?
Yeah, they held on to that territory. And right now, Liberia is the only.
I want to ask DK that question. DK, would you prefer them not just be there and then get conquered by the French?
Let me tell you something, Dave.
Would have been better.
When you go drive up to Cape Mount and you look at Lake Piso, one thing there's no white person that owns anything in there. You know what I'm saying? The only country, Africa, that's fucking free.
See how DK would know. You talk about Liberia, all the fuck ups. So would it have been better if they hadn't fucked up or tried? And it would have been better, just like every other African country, get colonized by the French or British.
Yes, matter of fact, you see Burkina Faso, how the French is doing. But that's a direct result of the French taking over that territory. French own West Africa, you know.
Because you complain about what they did so much in Liberia. Okay, we get it. But would you have preferred it being colonized by the French?
Would you love Liberia to like everybody else? Burkina Faso going through right now, where the French basically own all the territory and they still claim the country.
And Kyle, I think I know. I think I peeped something. It is other African. You probably need to do a show on this. Is other African countries jealous of Liberia's freedom?
I think so. I really do think so.
Do you think?
I think there's a lot of resentment. The fact that all these countries. Look, you see Burkina Faso
like
right now.
Oh my God! Hey, my guy! Like you know what I mean? Like damn! Like he's just going so hard up. The miracles, it's fucked up. They did. It's like, but my
the miracle Liberian. Well, say what you want about them. They held that territory down. Now we got a free country.
Would you prefer us to not have deeded land and be subject to the French or the British?
That's what I'm saying. We got
during a lot of the independence, like in like a lot of the French colonies and British colonies, the colonial masters come down on the independence. Nobody come down for us in Liberia on the independence. You know that, Colin, right?
I know Liberia was declared its independence.
That's why I say, the colonial masters come down with the winds. I think it is. Are these guys jealous?
I think so. I think so. And they, you know what it is? I think they're jealous that Black America, like me, have an affinity for Liberia. That's the one reason why I like Liberia, because it was never colonized. That's why I'm like this. To me, Liberia's the best because it's never colonized. I think Burkina Faso is a beautiful country, but I'm sorry, that's French. French got their fucking name on that shit. Ain't no European ever planted their flag on Liberian soil. And I think that people are jealous of that shit,
The freedom, man. You guys are just living on the hog while we over here.
And the bottom line is, when you go to Liberia, and hold on, and you've been to Kenja, right?
Yeah.
Tell me the feeling you get when you're sitting out there on the hammock and whatnot. That's where I'm
that beautiful view over the
that
Atlantic,
beautiful breeze and whatnot,
That sunset. I like the sunset. I like the sunset.
The sunset, and this is yours.
Man.
This is ours. Out of all the places in the world, this is where I belong. This is my land. There's nobody come up to me and say, Kala, you're not Liberian. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that, because everybody knows this. I'm a Black American. They look at me like, this is where you belong. This is your rightful place. I don't get that in America. I don't feel at home in America. The only place I feel at home is in Liberia.
But Kala, the locals are gonna remind you about that. What are you talking about? The locals gonna tell you, man, you home, man.
But the bottom line is this: I will never feel at home in a country that's still being contested by another part like Burkina Faso, because the French still think they run the place. I can't deal with that shit, man. You got Muslim jihadists and French and all this other shit. Like, how the fuck? Liberia's that sense of serenity there, That's what ancestors paid for. Whatever they made mistakes they made, DK, it's all worth it, There was some bumps in the road and whatnot. There's some things happening that wasn't really all that. Fine, but the bottom line is we got a country. And we're not going to lose it. That's the one thing sure I can rest my case on. We're not going to lose it, So I thank God for my answer.
I think people are jealous of the freedom. Y'all was
just jealous of that this idea of liberty.
Yeah, y'all got deeded land. We got leaseholds.
And whatnot. We don't got no chieftaincy. We don't have no lease land with some chief or whatnot. Like black people going through Ghana right now to get their lands taken back from chief or whatever, like that, all that land disputes. Africa is.
I think it's
Africa is
the
the only
freedom.
place. West Africa, outside Liberia, is the only place that's still going through. Have not settled like basic land things, deeds, and whatnot. Other parts of the world, they're in this century. They got deeds, land, property, titles, all that shit. Like in Central America, South America, Asia, everything like that. Only place in the world where fucking you got land.
But Carlo, let's keep it real too. The Israelis got their idea of Israel from the Black Americans.
I know Israel came from Liberia.
Yeah, it came. They got that because it was like, whoa, the American Negro has a place. We don't have a. To get something, So they got their idea of getting Israel from the Black American.
Yeah, no, it's Theodore Herzl was an admirer of Edward Wilmot Blyden. They were contemporaries,
Yeah. Like, no, we got to get something too.
We got to settle. They said they settled, built a new republic in their homeland. They said we could do the same thing. But the original Israel was supposed to be somewhere in Africa. It was supposed to in between. They wanted land between Kenya and Uganda. That was supposed to be it. Indian Jews. And then some people said, no, let's go to Palestine. They said, no, the Ottomans are there, whatever like that. The British were against them because they were trying to make some deal with the Ottomans, whatever like that. I don't know. But they settled it anyway, Yeah, it was supposed to be Uganda, and that was supposed to be the original place of the state of Israel. Well, yeah, I was like, that's going to be a topic of one of my future shows. Other African countries, Africans jealous of Liberia's history,
Yeah, because I don't know. I get that type of feeling. I'm like, Dad, like, why are you so, I be peeping at sometimes, Carla, like, why are you so, mad at those guys? Those guys, I know they made mistakes, but the spot, the country's still standing. It's still, a sign of liberty. It's like that. Like, well, so y'all jealous of their freedom? They was free. Y'all was, y'all was in the
that. When you go to Liberia, what do you got in Liberia? You got Nigerians. You got all these other Western. There's a lot of Liberians. They love Liberia. They love the freedom.
Man, listen, I know some Nigerians. They never want to go back to Nigeria.
Yeah, the Ghanaians. They love Liberia. They're like, man, this country's so cool and that, man. You can do whatever you want to do.
I got a friend who's from Niger. He's from Niger. He's been in Liberia for 25 years. He don't want to go back to Niger.
No, you got a lot of people. When you go down there, a lot of those markets down there on Michelin Street, whatnot, those aren't Liberians. They're from people all over West Africa.
Look, and Kala.
From far away as Mali.
And God, and Kala, the guy, my friend, he's from Niger. He's been in Liberia so long, he don't even practice his culture from Niger no more.
They become completely Liberianized, right?
The only thing he practices is Islam. Everything else is Liberian.
Yeah, so it shows you how powerful the culture is, man. I'll put my money on Liberia, Well, DK is awful quiet.
You're not breaking down, Carlos, so that's it, You're not breaking down.
Yeah, man, I had to break it down to you. People want to debate me about Liberia, No, jealousy. No, I'm saying maybe not you, DK, but there's a lot.
No, not true. I noticed that, Carlos. When I told some other, because some other Africans, they really love Liberia. They just love everything. They love the whole concept. You know what I mean? And what I noticed too, a lot of other Africans from other African countries, they love Liberia because they could see the U.S. dollar. So they'd be like, oh, this is little America. This is like America. It's like the Africa for America. You know what I mean? This is like the America for Africans. That's how they look at it. Like it's an America for Africans. They look, you know what I mean? That's how they look at Liberia. They free, right. You know? So it's a good, you know, I bet we could probably build Liberia with foreign Africans from the other African countries more than we could build it with probably with the natives.
I'm serious, you know.
I think they believe in Liberia more than the natives.
I know. They every time you see motherfuckers that are happy in Liberia, they're usually foreigners.
Yeah, you're right.
They're happy when they're working.
I'm talking about other African foreigners and stuff. You know, other Africans who come there, they could be more happier and they get things more popping than the locals. I noticed that too.
The locals want to get into politics all the time, you know. Elvis won't like here. We don't care what Elvis thinks. He's a has-been. Elvis and his ilk are the problem. Like, country can't progress. Elvis and his type. Yeah, Liberians, whatnot, you know, they're driving through the country and whatnot, see how peaceful it is and whatnot. You don't have to worry about rebels or war like that. It's a black man's paradise, you know. Think about that whole big country and all that space. You don't have to worry about no rebels in the bush, whatever. You know?
No. It's over. It's over. All of that stuff over. Right now in Liberia, don't nobody want to fight no war. Everybody want to put themselves together.
And like I told Elvis, right? You got people in the rural area. He thinks in the rural area. What he thinks is the rural areas don't have this one. You got motherfuckers. You see those new septic systems they're building?
They building them. That's why, because he ain't been there in 8 years, Carla. So
and they sell those things like hotcakes and city builders. Everybody, every house in Liberia,
stuff is cheaper.
That biodegrade shit. Toilet waste, whatever like that. You put it right outside the house, and as soon as the toilet goes in, it goes in, it tears it up, whatever like that. Regenerates, whatever like that. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the country.
Yeah.
You don't understand that. That's city builders, man. They changed a lot of shit in Liberia. You know that?
Yeah. City builders did well. They did well for Liberia. I
ain't gonna lie, man. City builders, whatnot. I don't think they got a Home Depot in Liberia, but city builders, they got some other thing like a place, something like a Home Depot, but it's called something else. But those things right there, you got Liberians there, be there, basically. Putting brand new doors on their house, marble floor, roofs and whatnot, showers, whatnot, built walk-in showers.
But people building nice houses over there, man.
People taking the houses that's been in their house property for years, the family for years, and they're modernizing them.
Yeah, people doing their thing.
So what the hell is Elvis talking about?
You got to go back home too, man. You got to go back home, man. Got to go back home and see what's shaking. That's all.
I got to go to that one gaming place right there. It's in Marshall. You see that one place? I meant to go there.
No, I didn't go there.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I didn't go there.
That looks like it's fun. I'm like a big kid. That looks like it's fun, though,
Yeah, I haven't gone there yet. But yeah, Liberia.
There's a lot of places I'm gonna make sure I go see next time when I go there. First night when I get there, I'm staying in Libasa. I'm gonna stay 2 nights in Libasa. Before I go to the crib.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm definitely going to Robertsport. Nana Lodge. Nana Lodge. I told my driver, I said I'll pay for his room. He'd probably bring his wife. I said I'll probably give him the cheap room, like $80 a night.
Yeah.
Well, Nana's Lodge's food is good, but you gotta bring your own drinks though.
Yeah, they got a room refrigerator, right?
Yeah, room refrigerator. Yeah, you gotta bring your own drinks, your juices, all that. We'll know that next time, you know.
Yeah.
But that breakfast is fucking delicious, man. Eggs with fish, chicken and whatnot. Man, what kind of breakfast is that, man? Early in the morning. And I was like, man, I'm living like a
That's
damn.
funny. That's how it is in Liberia, Colin. That's how it
They come
is,
and bring you
man.
the gourmet food, man. I'm like, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm gourmet fucking food, man.
Early in the morning, like what the
I
hell,
got no complaints, yo. I got no complaints when I go to Liberia, man. You know, how happy the fuck I be, you know.
Yeah, man. You know, just gotta do a lot of work over there. That's all. You know,
Yeah, man, it's coming. It's coming. You
it's
know,
coming. You know,
my guy Val Thomas is doing his work. You know, International Focus Magazine. You know,
you
we
going
got
out
Black
there. You going out
Americans.
there. You going out there in March, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in March. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try and book that time, Colin. Let's do
Yeah,
some
try
work.
to come out there with me, man. You know, I'll
Let's
be
do
there the
some work.
whole
Let's
month of
do
March.
some work, man. Let's do some work, man.
Yeah, let's get some shit done.
That's all. Let's do some work. That's all, man.
That's all it takes is like a lot of Black Americans going there and just saying, "Hey, look, you know, putting out a thing in. We're not, you know, let people know we're not gonna just give this country up. You know,
No.
that's not gonna happen. You know."
Why FBA is scared to talk about Liberia? They always, when you bring up Liberia, they be
Because they think Liberia is a threat to their holding on to the white man's skirt. You gotta say so how the FBI.
I noticed when we talk about Liberia, they backpedal.
Oh man, we tries to go over there. Look what we did to the natives. Shut up, you ain't do shit. You know.
No, a lot of them tell me that, like I told you, Colin, this indigenous stuff. These guys are saying that they're forcing them off the land over here to go to that land over there. It was a force pushing them off the American land.
Yeah, it was a conspiracy to force you out of your indigenous land, which is America. Dave, man, I've heard it all, bro.
I was like, what the hell is this, man? These guys. like the founding fathers, they didn't know who they were, they didn't know nothing, they was just blind to the world. You know, these guys are nuts.
Yeah, so bottom line is, I can't be worried about them. These FBA people, they're a joke. Why do you think they never come on my show?
What happened to Bantu Mandinka?
I don't know, man. He's hiding out. Bantu Mandinka, where you at, man? I know you're out there. You're hiding out. Yeah, he's hiding out. He won't show his face, you know. Him, Nakmeezy, all these people, they know they look like fools right about now, you know. The FBA has gone completely aboriginal right now.
Yeah, I don't, how did they go that route, Colin? Like I don't,
because nobody pushing back at them. Because we didn't basically say. I said from day one, I don't accept this FBA shit. I don't give a damn what like this. Other people like, oh, we could understand when. No, I said, I know these people. You give them once they get comfortable, then they're gonna start pulling this Wayne African shit. I know it. Now all these people like Nakmeezy got egg on their face because even Tariq is like trying to get into the whole. Some of us were already here and all this kind of stupid shit, you know.
But Colin, that's chaotic. That's really chaotic. Now you're going into chaos. You're going into superficial and pseudos now. That's crazy now, you know.
And now you don't have any credibility.
Yeah, you know that's madness talk now. Because now you're getting people.
Now you can't debate me. You know. Now people can't debate me when you believe that you are native to America, you are indigenous to America, and you lost all credibility thing because the bottom line is you could change your name, whatever like that. You cannot change your race.
Yeah.
That's the one thing the white man knew. That's why he picked us to be slaves, because we could not change our color and race. It's like a prison, you know. They think now, now you got people like I'm real. My Indian, I said, I look at this motherfucker, man. TikTok, motherfucker's like, Grandpa, what are we? We're Indian. Dude look like he could be from Grand Boston.
Yes, come out the mouth of bush.
Matter of fact, this dude look like one of those fancy dudes, on the boat, be out there, the fisherman. Dude, like one of them motherfuckers talking about he's Indian. This is insane. And because they got TikTok and whatnot, people see it all the time and they believe it, And TikTok, they got to do something about social media. It's brainwashing people and destroying them.
Yeah, it's the dopamine hits. They got too much dopamine hits. You're right, Kyle. There's too many dopamine hits, man.
And people are being brainwashed about nonsense and whatnot, and they begin believing that. You could lose your mind.
Yeah. And then also too, when they're trying to fight for clicks and views.
Well, Jesse Jackson was look. Everybody in Black America believes, but Jesse Jackson always identified as an African American, right? Although he did say he had white and Cherokee blood in him. That's what he said. He never said he was a Cherokee, Rico. He said he had Cherokee and European blood in him. He could have.
I don't know this obsession of being a Native American. Like that's they're low. They're college. They're lower than us. They're in the worst position than Black Americans.
This is the thing. This is the reason why, is because the white people let the Native Americans be. They didn't enslave them. So therefore, if a Black person hid among the Native Americans, right? Or they could say, I'm a such and such, right? It's like they would give a certain status in that society, which they were not slaves. And they didn't turn them back over to white people. Black people had never had any protective status in America. So in other words, we didn't have like reservations and tribes or areas and whatnot. We were all in chattel. We were all enslaved. So therefore, when we saw, when we're on an auction block, right, Dave? Think about it. You're on an auction block, right? And you're seeing people who have dark skin, but they're walking around free. So from there, you're saying, dang, if I was one of them, I could be free. And then that's when Black people try to cosplay Native Americans to get out of it. It's a whole history of that shit. Cosplay Native Americans to get out of being slaves. I try to do I want to do a skit, right? Motherfucker be on an auction block, be like, I ain't no nigga. I'm a fucking Cherokee, Blackfoot Indian or whatnot.
Tyler, you got them videos I sent you with the guys they made the AI videos? Well, it was an AI video they made. They said this guy, he was a Black Native American and he was watching TV and they said, oh yeah, they about to give reparations.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he threw that shit down, ran to the fucking thing, man. I saw that.
He ran in the office, he put it.
Yeah. Can you imagine like a good comic skit would be motherfucker be on the auction block getting sold? Come on, I ain't a nigga, I'm a Cherokee, Choctaw, blah blah blah. While he's being sold on the auction block or whatnot, Negroes, man, I tell you. She's brown. Niggas will always try to do something to get out of being Black, That's what a white man did for. He made being Black the worst thing you could be in his civilization. Black, you're subject to slavery, and a lot of Black people do not, to this day, don't like that. They know. I said the only way you could do it is redeem yourself. Liberia was an attempt at Black redemption. We built a nation. Why don't black people understand that that's the only way you're going to redeem yourself is by building a nation? That's why we're going to keep saying that. Liberia was the answer. We basically built a nation to redeem ourselves from slavery.
I wouldn't even want to be a Native American. They're in the worst position.
Yeah, they lost everything, but Native American position is better than the only time Native American position is good is when compared to the African slave. You know,
and another thing, you know, when these Negroes say they Native American, I always ask them, did you pay taxes this year? Because those guys don't pay much taxes. Much taxes. Those guys are taxes there.
Yeah, do you have land? Are you on a reservation?
Land, yeah.
No. Why aren't you on a reservation? Where's your land? Or you know what you do is you ask them. You say, "Look, what is your native language?" They can't tell you. You know, and you know what one of them motherfuckers said? He said that he was the original language was English. That they taught the white man English.
Oh, okay.
I shit you not.
Good luck. Good luck.
You know, a white man, he taught the white man English. So where did England come from? I don't know, but we created English one night, and they started speaking it. So we went over there to get them. So you went to England and named the place England, right? These motherfuckers are crazy. These motherfuckers are literally fucking.
Just post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah.
I thought it was a myth, but it's real. We're seeing it every day.
It's freaking insane.
They don't know how to handle the aftermaths of slavery. What do we do? Is that the situation? Some of these guys are, what do we do? College Genesis?
It's sad. It's sad. It is really, really sad. Really sad. These people are really sad situation. You know. What these people what they smoking, you know, what they're smoking, what they're on. But the bottom line is this: we just can't deal with these motherfuckers no more. The FBA people, they completely like this. I would love to have this debate. You know, DK says, Tariq says, the Liberia was created by white people in the America. No, look, Liberia was not created by Liberia. Look, the ACS created a commonwealth, right, called Christopolis. The people like J.J. Roberts and all these other people created the Hillary Teague created the Republic of Liberia. They don't even know their history. They don't even know their damn history. Hillary Teague wrote the independence. That Declaration of Independence, Liberia, is probably one of the most powerful documents ever written. You know,
a lot of people love that Declaration of Independence,
and it stated clearly why they're doing it and everything. That was not no fucking white people that did that shit. That's Tariq. You know, Tariq lives with white people. They produce his movies so he thinks white people are in charge of everything. You know, Liberia was the blackest thing the black race ever built. So, but it just bothers them. The Liberia bothers them, you know, because these people.
There is a roadblock for FBA because how do you handle it? How do you explain it? You know, we don't know how to. You know. You know, because you can't say you're not African, then you got Liberia standing and your name all over it. You know, so that's the situation.
You know, they're basically saying they want to make this thing like, when did this happen that we're suddenly all American all of a sudden? It's only because these people think that immigrants are going to gain on us and they're going to do better than us in America, look down on us. You can only do that if you're a pseudo fucking person like Tariq, who's a loser, who all he does is make fucking bullshit DVDs and all the grifting. Of course, I'd be threatened by somebody like that because, look, in your job, right, what you do, right? Do you feel threatened by anybody, Dave?
No. I know I can get. I know I can get. I know I can work my job anywhere in the world. No.
My agency, one of the top
That
agencies.
agency, you could work. You could work in any first world country in the world.
Matter of fact, we're going to be featured on the local news in a few weeks. You know, local news. They want to interview us. You know, with black agency. You know, like we're making waves in my area. You know, and I'm saying to myself, and also we're going to be honored at this convention we're having in September next month. And so I'm saying to myself, man, we worked hard for this shit, you know? So what the hell do I fucking got to worry about fucking somebody from fucking Nigeria or fucking Ghana or whatever? It's not even in my fucking category. You know, if they are up on my level, whatever like that, that's good for them. But I know that I'm being the best that I could be. A lot of these FBA people, Dave, are flunkies, they're losers. You know what I'm saying? You can tell it, you know? These are people working at Walmart and Burger King, you know? And so they look at these immigrants like, oh, y'all got some. No. They just know immigrants just know how to pull their money together and look like they're doing well, you know?
And some of these guys come soon in the morning with bondage on, cursing immigrants out early in the morning with a bandit on. What?
Yeah, I know. But I have to admit, Dave, I have to tell you this, man. I said, I'm going to tell Dave this, right? Now, you know I don't like bonnets and whatnot, right? I don't like that shit at all, right? But, Dave, Saturday, there was this one chick that was walking up the road. She had a pajamas, pants, and bonnet on, but with a half shirt on. This girl was smoking fucking. This sister was smoking fucking hot. I'm a hypocrite because if that was a big girl, I'd be like, "What the hell are you gonna buy?" This girl was fucking beautiful, man. She was hot, man. I was like, "Holy shit, man! What the hell is she doing out like that, man?" She was like she had a little nightie on and whatnot, like one of those Victoria's Secret thing with a cut off. Whatnot, you know, I was like, holy shit, man. And she had these tight, you know what I'm talking about. Them pants and whatnot. They're not pajamas, but they're like they hug, you know what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having baby fat, whatever like that, you know. Remember back in the day? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh shit, man. Maybe I'll give her a pass on the bonnet. Maybe I'll give her a pass, you know. But she was fucking hot, man. I was like, damn. But other than that, man, you see motherfuckers be at Tuskegee, do-rags on, bonnets, pajamas in class. What the fuck is going on? We got to get back to fucking, taking education, etiquette, and all that shit seriously in Black America. So don't tell me about immigrants when they're coming over here and their kids are respectful, they're getting good grades, they're doing all shit like that, and your kids are out here doing all this kind of dumb shit or not. What the hell you want, you know? Rico said, Kali, you're projecting your white shaming tactics won't work. We don't worship Africans like you do. Yo, am I worshiping Africans, Dave?
No, you curse them out all the time.
I can't win for
no. Rico Miller wants you to just come here and just talk just bad about Africans. Don't talk about nobody else. Definitely don't talk about
everybody.
FBA.
I give everybody a chance to a turn, man. You know,
Rico wants you to come here. It makes his heart very good and feel good. It makes him feel What they talk about some tenders? Oh man, I feel good. Oh, here's a
What gets me is this: do Rico know every African? I mean, there's some Africans I don't like, and there's some Africans that are cool.
Oh,
There's
to him, everybody's
Black Americans that I like.
Everybody is trash to him. Everybody.
And yo, look, there's some Black Americans I like, and there's some Black Americans I can't stand.
You don't care about that.
What's this idea that all Black Americans are good? We sound like white supremacists. You know, a white supremacist, when I try to corner these motherfuckers online, you would think there was no. You see that guy that shot up the place in Michigan?
Bro, I thought. What you mean? What happened?
A white guy shot up 5 people in Michigan. White guy. 2 days ago. And also, there's like multiple executions going on in Tennessee, Oklahoma, all white guys. Heinous crime. One guy was ex-cop was executed in Florida for raping and killing an 11-year-old girl. But the white supremacists, all they do is get online and talk about what the bad Black people do. And I be tagging them to these fucking bullshit, and they be like, stop tagging me to that shit. I say, yo, look, man, you motherfuckers be sleeping with dogs and To Catch a Predator. The one guy was a MAGA guy. Chris Hansen caught him, and he's on his phone. I got caught by Chris Hansen and whatnot for soliciting a 13-year-old girl or whatnot, you know? And he's a MAGA guy. But that goes in one ear and out the other, because these motherfuckers, that's how delusional it is. That's how delusional SBA is. They don't see all the dirt and bullshit that their group does. All they want to do is cash explosions on Africans, as if all Africans are bad. No, what I'm saying is this: when you say
for me, Carlo, I think FBA, when they see the African today, it reminds them of their ancestors, and they don't want to be reminded.
So it reminds them that you
they want to forget. Yeah, they want to forget about that.
Yeah, it reminds them that no, you're not Alicia Keys. No, you're not whatever you are. You're Black, you know. You know, so I know we've been getting into this. You know, everybody think, you know, a lot of Black people, like a lot of Black women, will be on TikTok. They all think they look like Beyonce.
No,
it's like, no, sister, you're more like Precious and Lupita. I ain't know. This girl said, "Man, what the hell? Who you calling Precious?" I said, "Sister, my big sister. You know, you got the African. I ain't no African. Blah blah blah." I'm like, "Yo, look, man, you know." And you got motherfuckers now hating Lupita. What did Lupita do to anybody, Dave?
She ain't do nothing to nobody, man. They ain't do nothing to nobody.
They sold us. They didn't sell. What, yo? Prove that they sold it. I don't believe that once. I'm sorry. I'm going.
That's what Rico. I told you. That's. Let me tell you, people like Rico Miller. People like me. People like it's getting so crazy now, Kala. It's getting to the point that FBA talk more about Africa than the Pan-Africans.
Yeah, all they do is talk about Africa all day. Go on TikTok right now. They got all these panels talking about Africans. And the bottom, hey, you look, Dave, I'm on this one thing right now, and they're talking about moving to Africa, right? And the heck of the FBA, I ain't moving to Africa because I ain't no African. Who asked you to come on this thread? Give you a fucking opinion. They're everywhere. Stop calling us African. Who the fuck you African? Who cares what you think? If you don't believe you're African and you're not coming to the continent, then move on. They got to show up everywhere and everywhere like this. Like I said, I blame the people. You know who I blame? The friggin' people who have these threads and they let these people go on because they want clicks and algorithm and view. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What you got to do with these FBA people is start blocking them.
You know what I do, Kala? Anytime I see their stuff comes up, I block them and I report them.
Yeah, block and report them. You know, I'm gonna start doing that again.
That's what I do. I block them and I report them for misinformation. That's what I do.
Okay, I'm gonna start doing that my damn self.
That's what I do.
Even in the comment section, right? If you have a thread, yeah, sure, but you can't delete somebody's comment. Can you report somebody's comment that's if you're not on that thread or somebody else?
Yeah, yes, you could, yeah, for misinformation, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start reporting people's
I just put misinformation because they got the misinformation tab or the harmful, just misinformation. That's it.
I'm gonna start doing that shit.
That's all I do. Getting out of hand now, and they do spit misinformation. I even tell other Africans to do it. I mean, don't even go on the thread. Just misinformation. That's all. It's right there in it's saying misinformation.
Rico Miller said Dynasty shows have been about FBA. Look, I don't do. Dynasty is trying to sell, tours. And talking about FBA and all that shit like that, get y'all riled up on that. He needs people to come to that show and give him super chat money. That's how he makes his living.
Like for me, I give the little FBAs, the little 18-year-old, 25, I give them a pass. But if you're 25 and up, 30, 40, 50, you get no pass. I just give you straight disrespect.
If you're a grown ass fucking man,
you're a grown woman and man, believing in this nonsense, yeah, of course I report you like a little girl because it's misinformation. If you're here, a black man from your ancestors from sub-Saharan Africa, and you're talking about your Native American, you're spreading misinformation. Yeah.
Yeah, what you call it? I'm gonna start doing that too. I've been seeing a lot of videos. They're using AI.
AI misinformation. Oh yes, Rico Miller. Yes, I'll report you too if I see you saying some nonsense. It's misinformation.
Yeah. I'm saying if you're saying you're Native American and all this kind of bullshit,
that's misinformation. That's misinformation.
We gotta come out strong like that. Everybody gotta come out strong like that. We are not Native American,
We gotta give Rico my secret. He mad now. He's pissed. Gave him my secret. He's like, oh.
Like I said, the next thing you know, we gotta target these white supremacists, blocking them. Why is it that on my timeline on TikTok, I got hit some fucking racist motherfucker.
But College Genesis. Tucker Carlson co-signed FBA. If Tucker Carlson is co-signing you doing something wrong. You gotta reevaluate, bro. You gotta reevaluate.
And they were so proud. You see that? We made the mainstream. Tucker Carlson mentioned us or whatnot, and Coulter mentioned us. These motherfuckers were so proud. Tariq is a fucking Sambo. That dude's a Sambo. His raggedy ass fucking hookah lounge, No,
Rico. I, Rico. I got some smoke for you. The whole point of FBA was to delineate from black immigrants so black immigrants don't acquire a share of the reparations money. Right? No reparations money coming in. We don't know the amount of reparations money that's coming in. We don't know where y'all we don't know nothing that y'all trying to do. At this point, it's just hate now,
And the person leading the reparations, the leading movement, Tariq Nasheed. That's not a good look.
Oh, now you're not FBA. So what are you now?
If you don't like Africans,
now you're not FBA. What are you now?
Look, FBA.
And then another thing too,
how I judge FBA is people who don't like Africans.
Another thing too, Kyla, what they try to do is they don't like. You got some guys out here that like to be slick. They don't like to say FBA. They just like to say Black American, and then they take all the FBA talking points to rule you in.
If you basically don't like Africans, you think Africans are responsible for your shit, but you never mention white people, you're FBA. So
No, Rico's Rico we can never hear Rico come here and talk. He said, "I've never been." Okay, so what are you now? What you're not FBA. What are you? Are you not African American? No.
I proud to say I'm African American.
And Carla, what's gonna happen is I already see it happening. We gotta think about the kids. The kids are watching us.
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna become more black nationalists and they're gonna become more pan-African. And look, all you FBA guys, your sons and daughters are gonna bring tethers home. You're gonna get married into an African family. And it's going to be a nightmare for you guys. Yeah, maybe a Caribbean, maybe your daughter. If you're an FBA, maybe your daughter marry a Nigerian.
Before we didn't give a shit about none of that stuff,
huh?
No, before we didn't give a shit about where you're
because we gotta realize, Carla, a lot of our kids are going to school with each other in this country, and they're unifying. They're watching the adults. They're going to say, no, this is not the way to go. They're going to become more black nationalists. They're going to become more radical in this pan-African and black nationalist movement. I'm telling you.
Well, especially with stuff going on and there's lynchings and everything going on.
Yeah, they're going to become more radicalized. So FBAs, you guys get ready.
The FBA ain't got no answer. Look, you got hold on. The FBAs have not mentioned all the fucking lynchings, nothing like that. They have no response.
Really, Colin?
No, they haven't said anything.
So what's going on?
The whole idea of FBA is America is paradise right now for black people, right? The only thing threatening black America is black immigrants. So if you don't think white supremacy is a problem anymore, if you don't think white people control over the police, courts, and everything is a problem anymore, and your problem is black immigrants, that's your FBA movement, That's what Tariq is doing. I look at all his shows and whatnot. Oh, I got 100,000 people in here. And he's going back and forth with Haven Bull. Haven Bull's eating his ass up.
He be going back and forth with Haven. But Haven been on him for a long time.
Haven got on me one time, man. He came at me one time. I was on Dinosaur Show. Oh no. Because it sounded like I was supporting Trump. You're supposed to be a black nationalist, and I just said one thing. They would try. Oh no, college justice. He just came.
He's doing a lot of community service. He's doing a lot of community service.
He was funny back then, man. He was like, college justice when I on Dinosaur Show. He had clips of me on Dinosaur Show. How the hell are you a black nationalist or whatnot? I just said, there's certain things about the liberals I didn't like, man, the gay shit, like this, I said at that time I didn't vote for Trump. I voted third party. No, he was mad because I said I voted.
No. Haven's a liberal, so he's
he took exception of the fact that I voted for Jill Stein. He said, "And you know what you're doing, nigga." You basically gave a vote to Trump. I said, look, I voted for. He said, Kyle voted for Jill Stein. Basically,
it's a vote for Trump. That's how he looked at it. You voted for Trump.
That's what he was saying.
The straight vote for against Trump.
That shit was so fucking funny, man. I had to crack up. I was driving to what's it called down here? What's the name of the city? I forgot. We're driving my car. I had my sister playing the car. She was cracking up. I played it in the car while we was driving. We was driving, and she was fucking cracking the fuck up. She was like, "Oh my god, who's this guy?" I said, "He's Haven Bull." They try to be slick and whatnot. He's a Trump supporter and whatnot. Talking about I voted for Jill Stein and that Amiri Baraka, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
No, was it? You know how they blacked his face out?
Yeah, they didn't have him in the marketing. Now I didn't even see him.
You could not find his face No place. You know, he's a former mayor of Newark. You could not find his face. No place. You know, because they knew black people would have voted for him. You know.
Yeah.
So they said that was going to hurt Hillary Clinton. So on all the tickets, like when they said like this, they would have Jill Stein's face, but they would not have his face. No one knew what he fucking looked like.
Yeah, you couldn't find no pictures of him during that election time.
You could not find no pictures of Baraka during that election. Not one. I was like, damn. Just like they blocked out Kanye. Remember Kanye tried to get on the ballot? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, in 2020.
Like, man,
yeah.
You get the fuck out of here.
No, because he's gonna siphon off votes. Gotta get him out. He's gonna siphon off the votes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Anything that was siphoned off votes for Hillary, man. They were like, man, you better get the fuck out of here, Kanye.
Yeah.
Those were some fun times though, man. Anyway, I gotta get up in the morning, Dave.
All right, man. Good night.
Thanks for hanging with me, man.
No problem.
What you call? Thanks for hanging with me. Thank you, everybody. Y'all have a good night one night. I'll try to do a show sometime. Probably come back probably Tuesday night.
All right, good evening. Take care, Carla.
Y'all take care. Everybody take care.
Good night, Pam. All right, later.